इसका ऑडियो आ रहा है मेरे पास, इसका आ रहा है ना, तो इसका बंद करना पड़ेगा। मैंने इसीलिए ऑडियो केबल बड़ी वाली बोला था लाने, तो उन्होंने लाई नहीं, पैच केबल बुलवाया है। नहीं, वो वहाँ से तो कैमरा लेवल है, कैमरा लेवल भी उसका नहीं है। check, 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 check. Hello, hello. सर अभी आया? Check. Hello. सर ऑडियो पूरा क्लियर है? हेलो प्रिंस सर. Hello. Hello mic check. Hello. Hello check one. Hello. Hello check one. Hello. प्रिंस सर. अभी आया क्या सर?
हेलो हेलो.
यहाँ मेरे पास नेटवर्क का इशू है.
honorable dignitaries, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, and visionary minds shaping the future of technology and management, it is a privilege and an absolute honor to stand before this esteemed gathering at the 5th International Conference on Advances in Management and Technology, organized by Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, Nagpur, an autonomous institution affiliated with SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. This conference is a testament to our unwavering commitment to academic excellence, research, and innovation. The essence of a conference lies in the power of ideas, the synergy of minds, and the spirit of collaboration. This year, under the compelling theme, The Convergence of Ideas, Multidisciplinary Innovations in Computing, we embark on a journey of intellectual disclosure that transcends boundaries, unites disciplines, and shapes the future. Today, this platform brings together distinguished scholars, visionary researchers, industry experts, and thought leaders to exchange knowledge, present pioneering contributions, and spark conversations that will drive technological and managerial advancement. This conference promises to be a melting pot of knowledge where science meets practice and research translates into real world applications. We have an exciting lineup of eminent speakers, thought provoking discussions, and groundbreaking research presentations that will leave us all enriched and inspired. Let us embark this opportunity to explore new perspective, challenges, and challenge conventional boundaries and pave the way for innovative solutions to contemporary challenges. With that, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all and wish you an inspiring, engaging, and profoundly enriching conference. Welcome to ICAMT 2025. As we gather here today, let us formally inaugurate this distinguished conference with a spirit of enthusiasm and a commitment to intellectual engagement. In keeping with our reverent traditions, we shall now proceed with the lighting of the lamp ceremony, a symbol of enlightenment, knowledge, and the pursuit of wisdom over obscurity. With great reverence, I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to step forward and grace this solemn occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp. May this luminous flame illuminate our path, igniting minds and fostering innovations. I request Dr. Aarti Deshpande ma'am to also join us for the lighting of the lamp.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
It is an honor to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed personalities gracing this occasion. Their visionary leadership and invaluable contributions continue to shape management, technology, and education, fostering innovation and progress. As a mark of our profound respect and appreciation, we shall now proceed with the felicitation ceremony. I request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the stage as we proceed with the next segment of the conference. We are truly honored to have with us our chief guest for the conference, Shri Vinit Goyanka Sir, a distinguished leader whose expertise and insights continue to inspire many. I request Dr. Amina Wali ma'am to present a token of our respect and appreciation to our chief guest, Shri Vinit Goyanka sir. We are truly honored to have amidst us a luminary whose contributions to academia and research have been exemplary. I invite Dr. M.P. Dore, our esteemed guest of honor, to join us, and I request Dr. Suruchi Pimple to present a token of respect to our guest of honor, Dr. M.P. Dore, sir. A visionary and an academician par excellence, whose insights and knowledge will undoubtedly illuminate today's discussion, it is my privilege to invite Professor Dr. Ramesh Mansa sir, our esteemed keynote speaker for the conference. I now invite Dr. Swati Adekar ma'am to present a token of our respect to Dr. Ramesh Mansa sir. Our chief patrons for the conference, Shri Sunil Raisoni sir and Mr. Shreyash Raisoni sir, are not present with us today, but I would like to take this moment to express our sincere gratitude for their invaluable contributions and unwavering support, which has played a pivotal role in the success of this conference. Their vision and dedication continue to inspire us all. It is an honor to recognize and appreciate the contributions of our session chairs, whose expertise and leadership are instrumental in fostering, engaging, and insightful discussions throughout the conference. Their dedication to academic excellence and research advancement is truly commendable. It is an honor to present a token of appreciation to Dr. G.S. Katkar, sir, Head of Department of Taiwari College, Nagpur. I now invite Dr. Prachi Sasankar to extend this gesture. In recognition of his invaluable contributions, it is my privilege to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Ravindra Kharpure, sir, Assistant Professor, Central Institute of Business Management, Research. Sir will join us shortly. To extend a token of respect and appreciation, I am honored to invite Dr. S.B. Kishore, sir, Associate Professor and Head of Computer Science Department of Sardar Patel Mahavidyalaya, Chandrapur, and I request Ms. Anandita Kundu to felicitate him. Sir is also not there. Dr. S.B. Kishore, sir, will join us shortly too. In recognition of his invaluable contributions, it is my privilege to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Kishore Dhole, Assistant Professor of Department of Computer Science of Seth Kesrimal Porwal College of Arts, Science and Commerce, ICAMT. I now invite Ms. Anandita Kundu to felicitate him with this gesture. In the spirit of academic excellence and innovation, it is only fitting that we begin this conference with words of insight and encouragement. A gathering of this magnitude is a result of vision, dedication, and meticulous planning. And behind this remarkable effort stands an individual whose leadership has been instrumental in shaping ICAMT 2025. I now invite Dr. Swati Adekar, convener of ICAMT 2025, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Rita ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Respected Shri Vineet Goenka sir, respected Dr. MP Dhore sir, Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor of the Amravati University, Sant Baba Gadge Amravati University, Honorable Dr. Ramesh Manja sir, Principal ma'am, Amina Wali ma'am, Suruchi Pimple ma'am, all present on the dais, and respected dignitaries present here, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, and dear participants. A very warm welcome to each one of you. It is indeed a great privilege and honor for me to stand before you today as the convener of the 5th International Conference on Advances in Management and Technology, ICMT 25. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for taking the time to be here. Your presence adds immense value to this event, and we truly grateful for your participation. Today, we gathered here with a shared vision to fostering collaboration and innovation across diverse domains of computing. This event serves as dynamic platform for researchers, academicians, and industry experts to exchange their ideas and explore emerging trends to shape the future of the technology. The theme of our conference is the convergence of ideas, multidisciplinary innovations in computing. Today, computing is not just about technology, it's about how ideas from different fields come together to create innovative solutions. By blending knowledge from areas like healthcare, education, and the arts, we can unlock new ways to solve problems and improve lives. Throughout the event, we will explore how the merging of ideas across discipline leads of groundbreaking innovations in computing, from artificial intelligence to data science. The possibilities for positive change are endless when work together and share our expertise. In a world that is constant evolving, it is crucial that we come together to explore new perspectives, challenges conventional thinking, and find innovative solutions to pressing challenges. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Vinit Goenka sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion with their presence. Your achievement and contribution to the society are an inspiration to all of us. We eagerly look forward to hearing your insights. We are truly honored and grateful to distinguished guest of honor, Professor Mahindra Dhore sir, Pro Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, for your presence today. Sir has not only shaped the academic landscape of the university but also inspired various students and faculty members. Your vision and leadership continue to guide us on the path of achievement. It's a great privilege to have a guest speaker, Honorable Professor Ramesh Manja sir, whose expertise and perspectives will undoubtedly enrich our understanding. With remarkable achievements, sir has made significant contribution to the computer science field, and we all are excited to listen and gain from their expertise. While our respected chairman, Honorable Shri Sunil Raisoni sir, is unable to be with us today, but his presence and guidance continue to inspire us. We deeply appreciate the wisdom and vision he brings to our efforts, and we are grateful for his ongoing support. We are also privileged to have with us respected Principal Dr. Amina Wali ma'am. Her leadership and commitment to excellence have always been an inspiration to all of us. Madam has played a vital role in shaping the academic and cultural environment of our institution, and their constant support has made this event possible. We deeply appreciate their dedication to fostering growth, learning, and innovation within our institution. Thank you, Dr. Amina ma'am, for your unwavering guidance and for always encouraging us to strive for excellence. We are truly grateful for your leadership. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Suruchi Pimpade ma'am for their constant support and guidance during this planning of the event. Thank you, Suruchi ma'am. And we have truly grateful for their presence, and it's my pleasure to welcome our esteemed session chairs, especially Dr. Girish Katkar sir. Thank you for your presence, Dr. S.B. Kishore sir, Dr. Kishore Dhole sir. We are truly grateful for your presence and support in guiding today's session. I would like to take a moment to extend warm welcome, my sincere gratitude to my organizing team, the hard work, dedication. Thank you for your efforts. And to our dear participants, you are driving force that makes this event dynamic, energetic, and impactful. Your enthusiasm and engagement will make this event meaningful. I encourage each one of you to take full advantage of this platform and share your ideas, ask questions, and interact with your fellow attendants. The value of the events lies not just in the listening, but in active participation and collaboration. I'm excited to share that we have over 350 participants from across the country and research scholar from Rohtak, Bangalore, Sabarmati have registered for this conference. This reflects the strong impact of this event. It is an inspiring to see global recognition with contribution in publication from outside also. This truly shows our platform is bringing people together to share knowledge and idea. As we embark this enriching journey today, let us embrace the spirit of learning, innovation, and teamwork. Let this event serve as a stepping stone toward greater achievements and meaningful contribution in our respective field. I encourage all of you to actively participate, share your ideas, and connect with one another as we explore how we can shape the future. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you. Let us make this event a memorable and impactful experience to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swati Adekar, for your insightful words and for setting a strong foundation for the day, reflecting the spirit of this conference in advancing knowledge and collaboration. A conference of this stature not only brings together brilliant minds, but also serves as a catalyst for meaningful discussions and transformative ideas. At the helm of this initiative is a visionary leader whose dedication to academic excellence and research advancement has been instrumental in shaping this platform. I invite Dr. Amina Wali, Conference Chair of ICAMT 2025, to deliver the inaugural address. With her profound expertise and unwavering commitment, she continues to inspire and guide us in our pursuit of knowledge and innovation.
Thank you, Rida. Good morning. And it is with immense pleasure and a profound sense of accomplishment that I extend my heartfelt greetings to all the distinguished guests, respected Goenka sir, Dore sir, Manza sir, Katkar sir, Aarti ma'am, Kishore Dole sir, the esteemed researchers, academicians, students participating in this prestigious conference on the theme, the convergence of ideas, multidisciplinary innovations in computing. And let me tell you, this is the first time we've gone offline. Since the past 4 years, the conference has been in the online mode because COVID taught us that online was very convenient, less effort. But this time we decided to change the mode. And believe me, it's a different sense of accomplishment and pleasure when we've done this offline. So I hope all of you enjoyed the way we enjoyed, actually conducting this. A little bit about my college. Sadabai Raisoni Women's College is an autonomous institute accredited by NAC with an A grade. And it is much more than just a center of academic excellence. It is a beacon of empowerment, a place where dreams take flight and where young women are nurtured into leaders, innovators, and change makers of tomorrow. Founded with a vision to provide holistic education tailored to the needs of women, this institution is a shining example of how knowledge, values, and purpose can intersect. The college focuses not only on academics, but also on fostering creativity, leadership, and social responsibility. And education here goes beyond the classroom. Through extracurricular activities, community outreach programs, and student led initiatives, the college fosters a sense of responsibility towards society. In an era where technological advances are reshaping the world at an unprecedented pace, the need for collaboration across disciplines has never been more crucial. And so this conference will serve as a dynamic platform where scholars and practitioners from diverse fields converge to exchange knowledge, explore emerging trends, and foster innovations that transcend traditional boundaries in computing. We all know that there is a rapid evolution in computing with artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, data science, and quantum computing. And this has reinforced the significance of multidisciplinary research. And the intersection of computers with healthcare, finance, social sciences, and engineering has opened new horizons, presenting transformative solutions to global challenges. Through insightful discussions, research presentations, and interactive sessions, this conference aims to highlight the symbiotic relationship between technology and society, emphasizing how multidisciplinary approaches in computing can drive progress. And I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Vineet Goenka, sir. Thank you, sir, so much for being here. I know you have a very busy schedule and he's traveled all the way from Delhi. And being in the government with sudden assignments coming up, I kept my fingers crossed. The only relief was I uncrossed them only when he told me I'm at the airport. And which was pretty early. So that was when I relaxed a bit. Our guest of honor, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dore sir, our keynote speaker, Manza sir, Katkar sir, again, has been very, very supportive. And he's also been instrumental in sourcing all our esteemed dignitaries. Kishore Dhole sir, thank you so much. We have an old association. He was a part of our college at once upon a time. So it's a pleasure to see you here again, sir. Aarti ma'am, thank you for being here. I know you again have a very busy schedule. So, and my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, especially Swati ma'am. I know the entire team, because it's not just a one-man show. It takes an entire team to organize something. And at times have been difficult for them also. They've been at the receiving end. But in the end, all that ends well is what matters. The paper presenters who are here and all the contributors whose dedication and expertise have made this conference a reality. So this, I'm really hoping, especially there are a lot of students here, I hope that you have something to take away from this. Notes, take back, because it's very difficult to get so many eminent personalities on one platform. So take advantage of that. Ask as many questions as you want to. Do not hesitate. At times it may seem silly, but honestly, there would be 10 other people who want to ask the same thing but don't have the courage to do so. So please go ahead and ask where you feel that there's some clarification that's needed, or where you have a doubt. And as we embark on this intellectual journey, I encourage all the participants to engage in meaningful dialogues, as well as collaborate with their ideas. So hopefully we'll come up with something new for the future. I'm extremely grateful to our patrons, Sri Sunil Raisoni sir, the chairman of the Raisoni Group of Institutions, a visionary who has always been instrumental in helping each one of us to move towards innovation and cultivating new directions to better the future of all the stakeholders. I mean, there's never been a moment where I've asked, sir, okay, sir, can we do this? He's one thing is go ahead. So that is what gives us courage to organize or conduct whatever we do. And wishing everyone a successful and enriching experience today. Thank you so much for being here. Have a good day and hope to see you all till the end. Yes, girls? You'll see more of girls today, sir, because basically ours is a girls' college. Of course, there are other participants also. Yes. Thank you, Rida.
Thank you, Dr. Amina Wali ma'am, for your inspiring words and for setting the tone for a meaningful and thought provoking gathering. A key highlight of this prestigious gathering is the release of the Proceedings, a remarkable compilation of pioneering research, transformative ideas, and scholarly contributions. This publication serves as a valuable repository of knowledge reflecting the intellectual depth and innovative spirit that defines ICAMT 2025. To mark this significant moment, I now invite all the dignitaries to join us for the official release of the proceeding, marking this significant moment in our conference. It is a privilege to have among us a distinguished academician, researcher, and visionary leader whose contributions to the field of computer science and higher education has been truly commendable. Professor Dr. M.P. Dhore, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor at Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, is an eminent scholar with over 29 years of experience in undergraduate and postgraduate education. His expertise spans theory of computation, compiler constructions, NLP, cloud computing, and big data analytics, making remarkable strides in research and academia. A distinguished researcher, Professor Dhore has supervised 6 PhD candidates and has 46 international journal publications. His pioneering research includes major project funds by UGC alongside copyrighted contributions and published books. For his excellence in education and leadership, he has been honored with the Dr. R. Krishnakumar Gold Medal for Best Principal 2023 and the Best Teacher Award. Beyond academia, he plays a pivotal role as a NAC assessor, former chairman of BOS in Computer Science, RTMNU, and an active contributor to various academic bodies. With his profound contributions and dedication to shaping the future of computer science and education, it is indeed an honor to have Professor M.P. Dhore grace this international conference as our guest of honor. With great respect and admiration, I now invite Professor Dr. M.P. Dhore to share his valuable perspectives and expertise with us.
Thank you, madam. On the dais, the chief guest of this inaugural function of 5th International Conference on Advances in Management and Technology, organized by the esteemed institution Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, Nagpur, Mr. Vinit Goenka ji, the keynote speaker, great academician and researcher, a very good friend of mine, Dr. R. Manza sir, Professor and Head Department of Computer Science and IT, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Sambhajinagar, Principal Dr. Amina Wali Madam, Conference Chair of this international conference, Conference Co-Chair Dr. Suruchi Pimple Madam, the convener of this conference, Dr. Swati Adekar Madam, of the dais, Principal Aarti Deshpande Madam, my colleague in Rashtrasanta Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University and former chairman of BOS Computer Science, Dr. Girish Katkar sir, the experts invited, Dr. Kishore Dhole sir, a member from organizing team, Dr. Prachi Sasankar madam, all the researchers, participant delegates, and dear students, a very good morning to all of you. Firstly, I thank the management of this Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, especially Shri Sunilji Raisoni, for giving me a chance to be a part of this international event organized by this esteemed institute. As I am working in the field of education since 1996 in the same city, I am well aware of all the activities which happen every now and then in the Raisoni group of institutions. This is one of the premier group of institutions in central India, which is facilitating education to the masses. And I take this opportunity to congratulate Principal Dr. Amina Wali Madam and her entire team, her entire organizing team, for a grand organization of such international conference. Dear friends, organizing any event is not a cakewalk. For organizing such international events, it takes lot of time, lot of efforts in terms of man hours, and that too an international conference with 350 plus registrations and nearly 100 contributed papers is not a joke. And all that activities have been very well accomplished by Madam Wali's team. For that, we must congratulate the organizing team for their untiring efforts for organizing this particular event. As far as the theme of the conference is concerned, the theme is the convergence of ideas, multidisciplinary innovations in computing. I believe everybody in this hall is from the field of computing. And dear friends, this is the only field, I repeat, this is the only field which is taking care of all other fields, whether it is from education point of view, from research point of view, from employment point of view, or any development point of view. This computing field is one of the main field where all other fields are dependent on this particular field, and that is our own field. So we are very fortunate that being the stakeholders of this field of computing, we are every now and then we are contributing to the betterment of human life. Dear friends, gone are the days when computing was limited to certain extent, that is limited to billing of cash counters in some establishments. It was limited to railway reservation, air reservation, but this is the only field which has evolved since 90s with many groundbreaking ideas. Gone are the days when Madam Wali might be remembering, or Dr. Manza might be remembering, even Professor Katkar might be remembering. During 90s, we used to have server machines with the specifications of 80 MB, 80 megabytes. When I was doing my post-graduation at Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University during 93-95, we had a server machine which was having hard disk capacity of 80 MB. Moreover, that 80 MB hard disk was again partitioned into two parts. One, the Microsoft disk operating system part, and other was Unix. Such were the configurations during 90s when we used to do our studies. But I am sure everybody sitting in this hall is having a smartphone which is having at least 128 GB of memory. So this is how the computing has been evolved. During 90s, we were having machines, server machines with the configurations of MBs, and now we are having voluminous, powerful computing devices in our palms. So this is how this computing field has evolved. Now this computing field has not only changed the lifestyle of human beings, but it is the evolvement is the way we humans talk, the way we humans behave, the way we humans live. Now advanced computing has become the lifestyle, and when I say computing is has become a lifestyle, that means now it has become our day to day lifestyle. It is a necessity for us. We are totally handicapped when we are not having any electronic gadget with us, especially mobile phone. And if that mobile phone is not having any network, then nobody is going to help you. So this is how this computing has become a part of our lifestyle nowadays. Now the applications ranging from banking sectors, agricultures, finance, even transportation, this computing is playing a key role. Just now I was talking with Vinit sir, Goenka sir, regarding the road infrastructure in our country. Again, our field of computing is instrumental in having developed such road infrastructure, having developed such automated tolls, so that all credit goes to the researchers, that all credit goes to the computing professionals who are working hard to get resolved the day-to-day issues that human beings face. I suppose organizing such conferences facilitates a platform for the collaboration between the individuals who are working in the field. To be specific, as the theme of the conference is multidisciplinary innovations in computing, meaning this conference is providing a platform for all the disciplines where computing is involved. And as I have already said in the beginning, as such, there is no field where computing is involved. So this is a platform where multiple disciplines, multiple ideas can be shared on this platform. And such platforms are very helpful for the collaborations. People from various disciplines get a platform to collaborate, to interact, to exchange the ideas from the point of view of innovation and development. So I hope this particular conference, the day-long deliberations which will be held during this course of conference, will definitely add knowledge to all of us. I congratulate and thank the organizers that they have invited the stalwarts in their respective fields for the deliberations in this conference in the form of keynote speaker, in the form of invited talks, in the form of session chairs. Definitely their expertise and their knowledge be uh, will be gainful for all of us during the deliberations. And as has been rightly said by Madam Wali, go on asking questions, go on getting your doubts cleared, so that there will be a proper exchange of ideas. And whatever problems we see in our society, those problems should be resolved by making use of our innovative skills, innovative ideas, and obviously with those innovative innovations we are going to make our human life better. So whatever research we are going to work with, remember it should be from the societal benefit, or it should be from the point of view of society's benefit. So that is what we are expecting from the researchers to contribute to the field. I take this opportunity to congratulate all the participants and wish you all the best for the day long deliberations. And once again, I extend my thanks to the organizers for allowing me to be part of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. M.P. Dhore, sir, for your inspiring address. Your words of wisdom and profound expertise have undoubtedly enriched this gathering and added immense value to our conference. It is an absolute privilege to have among us a distinguished leader whose expertise spans governance, technology, and policy making. Shri Vineet Goyanka Sir, Chief Guest of ICAMT 2025, Secretary, Center for Knowledge Sovereignty, author and former national co-convener IT Cell BJP, has been at the forefront of India's digital transformation, advocating for knowledge, sovereignty, and technological self reliance. With over 25 years of experience in technology driven governance and national level policy making, he has played a crucial role in integrating digital advancements into various sectors. His contribution to the Center for Railway Information Systems, the IT task force in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and Shipping, and his leadership in policy initiatives have been instrumental in shaping India's digital landscape. An accomplished author and thought leader, he is a key voice in discussions on data sovereignty, cybersecurity, and digital governance at national and international platforms. His presence at this international conference is truly an honor, as his insights will provide invaluable perspectives on the evolving intersection of technology, governance, and policy. With great respect, I now invite Honorable Shri Vineet Goenka Sir, Chief Guest of ICAMT, to deliver his address.
Namaste to all. Those who know me for long and had known me as student would be actually laughing today. Used to be the last bencher. मैं टीचरों से डरता था. यहाँ पे प्रो वाइस चांसलर बैठे, प्रिंसिपल मैडम बैठे, बड़ा डर लग रहा. My legs are actually shaking. And the most powerful lady of today is Rida madam. She decides who will stand, who will speak, who will sit down. So thank you, ma'am, for calling me here. Professor Dore, I felt very privileged to sit next to you today, sir. PVCs play major role in shaping the country, and you are one of the known PVCs. And I should tell you that aura of yours was impacting me when I was sitting next to you, sir. And thank you for allowing me to sitting next to you. conference chair, Wali ma'am. Wali ma'am is like an elder sister. Whenever she sends a WhatsApp, then there is only a compulsion to come down. There is no option. So letters and all come later on. The office does all that communication, but I think your instructions are followed to the toto. Co-chair of the conference, Dr. Pimple ma'am, convener ma'am, Swati ma'am. I liked the way you presented and covered everybody's name. You were very diligent and very difficult to do that. Professor Manja, I will be looking forward to listen to you. Deshpande ma'am, it's always honor to stand in front of you and speak. My friend Sanket Kalambe, who spent some time today with me, all the teachers, faculties, scholars, students. In fact, I had written a nice speech, thinking that I'll give some inspirational speech to the students. But then the conference booklet came in my hand and I was going through it. And then I thought I'll change a little bit. You permit me if my speech goes from one box to another, it tipses from one zone to another zone. Don't mind it. You have given me 30 minutes, ma'am. Do I have a liberty to cross 4-5 minutes? I don't know why, but today morning I remembered Kabir. I'm not a big fan of music and all, but I sometimes listen, and I got up early and I was hearing Kabir's song, and one of the thread was बड़ा सख्त था महाराज उनका मुल्कों में था राज उन घर झूलते थे हाथी. Those who don't understand, it talks about the emperor, the king who was ruling across the countries, across the globe, and बड़ा सख्त था महाराज उनका मुल्कों पे राज. He was ruling multiple countries. उन घर झूलते थे हाथी. The kids of the emperor used to play with elephants. There were a lot of elephants there, and just to play. You can understand what wealth he had. But the last line, this whoever has written this, I think Sant Kabir ने तो नहीं लिखा, किसी और ने लिखा, देख लेंगे. He says one line and which depicts the worthlessness of this life. And when Professor Dore was talking about computing, I was thinking that how worthless is our life, and that shlok also, that song also talks about that is Un Ghar Diya Na Bati. So now, after ages of ruling this world, those houses don't even have single light. We have seen emperors, civilizations dying, and I remember what my father used to tell me. गिरी कहोंड सकल वंश टूटते थे भूमि पर हारते थे हौसले पंच नदी के तीर पर पता नहीं कहाँ है वे अतीत में समा गए काल के प्रवाह में निज को मिटाए गए. Civilizations have vanished. So where is that great Alexander and his civilization? Where is the hounds? Where are the shekels? So there will be challenges, and now how this is connected with this particular part is very challenging. So here I would like to change the genre of my talk with you students, and then I think about what is our civilization. Our civilization and culture of this great motherland has been Sarva Sukhina Bhavantu. We have heard stories of ma'am, a sadhu helping a scorpion. एक बिच्छू को उसने help किया जबकि बिच्छू दस रहा था. So idea was to help him. He should survive. Survival was the biggest thing. So we come from a great culture, but how is it connecting to computing? And that was today's theme also. That was coming on my mind. Then Sanket sir knows history a lot. He is a philosophical person, has a policy in his background. So we had some discussion in the morning at breakfast, and history was coming up. We are peace-living people. We believe in Sarva Sukhina Bhavantu, yet we were attacked. We forgived. हमने उसके माफी दी. एक बार नहीं, दो बार नहीं, 5 बार नहीं, दर्जन बार माफी दी. फिर भी गौरी माना नहीं. Kept attacking us. Is it something to do with computing in today's conference? That was coming to my mind. That, what is this culture of Sarva Sukhina Bhavantu to do it, or history of people attacking us there? Then I remember my conversation which I had with General D.B. Shekatkar when I was writing that book, Data Sovereignty. In fact, it was on the day when we were attacked in Mumbai. If you remember, in 2006, July first week, there were multiple train blasts. There were bomb blasts in the train. There was a small committee which was formed there. KPS Gill was there. Inamdar Sab, DGP Inamdar was there. General Shekatkar was there. And I was also part of that particular conversation which happened there. And after that conversation, I just asked General Shekatkar, how can a human being kill other human being like this so mercilessly? General Shekatkar generally has composure, very calm guy, but that day he lost his composure and he said, "You are meant to be killed." तुम्ही म्हणण्यासाठीच पैदा झाले म्हणून तुम्हाला मारलं, त्याच्यात काय मोठापणा असा. अँड आय न्यू दॅट ही इज नॉट टेलिंग दिस आउट ऑफ अँगर और सैडनेस, बट ही हैज सम मीनिंग टू इट. सो आई फोल्डेड माय हैंड एंड सेड कि सर मेरे अंधेरे जीवन में ज्ञान दे, बताएं कि क्या बात है, आपने ऐसे क्यों बताया. So he told me one shlok and which was in Sanskrit. I have written that shlok in my book also. Ashwaneva Gajaneva Sihaneva Chaneva Ajat Putra Balidata Devo Durbal Khataka. Those who may not know this is Ashwaneva. Have you ever heard a horse being sacrificed on altar of God? कोई भी संस्कृति, कोई भी रिलीजन, कोई भी धर्म में, किसी भी देश में घोड़े के बलि नहीं दी जाती. It is not been given. Gajaneva. Elephant you can't cut. दोरे सर मोठं असतं, झाड असतं, त्याचं मान कसं कापणार, त्याला कट होणार नाही. सिंह नेवरच नेवर. यू नेवर ट्राय अँड थिंक अबाउट किलिंग अ प्रेडिएटर. यू डू दॅट, ही विल कम अँड अटॅक यू बॅक, राईट. द सेकंड line of the shlok is very important. Ajat putra balidata. What is Ajat? Ajat is bakra. Bakra की माँ कब तक खीर बनाएगी. So a sacrifice is done by only the goat. General Shekatkar told me, Vineet, pay attention to the last line. And I would request the students who are attending this particular conference, the researchers, the scholars who are there, to pay attention to the last line. He said, Durbal Devo Durbal Ghataka. Even gods don't like who are weak and the meek. If you are weak, if you are not so powerful, you are at mercy of others, even God will not spare you. They will take you. Recently, we saw a conversation between two heads of the countries. See, the weaker was tormented. Whether he was right or wrong, I am nobody. I don't have expertise in international relationship. I don't want to comment on that. But the weaks are dictated, challenged. So we went through a history which will impact today's computing world, and I would like to share that with you, friends. And I would like to cover in the next 1 minute 1 lakh years of this human history. If I want to bifurcate this human history, I will put it into only 3 parts. Colonization. The first colonization is military colonization. एक व्यक्ति, एक समूह, एक राष्ट्र हाथ में पत्थर लेके, लकड़ी लेके, डंडा लेके, किसी जानवर का दांत या सिंग लेके, horns, thorns, sticks, stones, which tries to rule over other human being, other group of human beings, other countries. That was called as military colonization. It started long back, lakhs of years back, thousands of years back. We improvised, civilized, and when we civilized, the horns, thorns, sticks became knife, swords, spears. Over the period, swords were replaced by guns, cannons, and now to what you see is what digital age where things have been attacked through missiles and everything. So I call that as to be military colonization. And the researchers in computing world should remember this. This is nothing to do with us, but it is to do with us, how it is. Then came the second part of colonization, madam. And the second part of colonization was energy colonization. जो तेल बनाएगा, तेल खरीदने वाले को डिक्टेट करेगा. यहां तक तो ठीक था. मैं जो तेल खरीदना था, आपको बेचना था, आपने डिक्टेट किया प्राइस, मैंने उस प्राइस में ले लिया. But there was an energy colonization where a country wanted to sell oil to me. I wanted to buy oil from them, but a third country, which had nothing to do with both of us, said, if you buy oil from them, we will sanction you. संप्रभुता के ऊपर, मेरे खुद के सोच के ऊपर, मेरे इंडिपेंडेंस के ऊपर अटैक. I am buying, he is selling. Who are you to tell me? But yes, we will tell you, we will dictate you. Otherwise, if you don't listen, we will put you under licenses, we will put you under sanctions, threat. And students, if you are wondering why I am talking about this on today's conference, I'll cover to that on my fourth part of my conversation, which I have with you. Ma'am, the third colonization is very important. जहां पे हमको गुलाम बनाएगा और गुलाम बनाने की कोशिश की गई. पहला मिलिट्री कॉलोनाइजेशन तो हजारों साल तक था. एनर्जी कॉलोनाइजेशन लास्ट 200 साल में था, लेकिन पिछले 30-40 साल से, what you rightly said, sir, few MBs of server space. I have worked on 8080B and also, if I tell them that there used to be a floppy drive which used to keep in hardboard paper because it should not bend, I don't know how much of them may relate with that. It was the time when data colonization happened. अब कोई तलवार लेके आके मारता नहीं है, अब कोई बंदूक से मारता नहीं है. Fools fight on the borders. Smart people fight you through the mobile phones. You are being colonized. You don't want to buy, but you are being pushed to buy. You are sitting at home peacefully, somebody takes away your money. We talk about privacy, but we are very happy to put our photographs with Mendi. And then we talk about privacy. So see, dichotomy is there. There is a data colonization which is going on. But all this about this, and what about this conference? Why am I talking about this in today's conference? Is this, ma'am, when we were sitting there as a task force member, and I had a fortunate, the city has given a very visionary person, and Gadkari ji was chairman of the task force which was made. I was part of that. Mohandas Pai was there. And when the task force was formed, what should happen? The task force motto was very simple: scalable, security, safety, speed. How we can do it. And we were talking about this particular part. And I learned many things about that. And then I also had an opportunity to serve 3 railway ministers as a governing council member of CRS in railways. One example which I like to quote to these researchers who are there and how it changes. I come from a city of Mumbai. I've been born there, brought up there. Suresh Prabhuji, who was then minister, also was there. And once he said, "Asa काय करता येईल विलीन ज्याच्यामुळे सामान्य माणसाला बरं वाटेल." See this line, a common man will feel good. And we have statistical proof that we have changed their life. Measurable change in their life. So I was looking at him. I knew that he had some idea. So he said, we come from Mumbai. In Mumbai local trains, there is a platform change. How many of you travel in train? Have you ever traveled in train? Please raise your hand. Almost. Did you ever get this message? Ab platform number 3 ki gaadi 2 se aayegi. And did you ever face that the coach which was supposed to come third from the engine has come fifth from the engine? It is such a simple problem, but a complex problem. We all face it. Thankfully, Dore Sahib, tumhi ani mi आता अजून धावतो पळतो. But time will come, we will need help. Age catches up with all the seniors. There are pregnant ladies. There are kids. There are people like you and me who may be carrying 2 bags. How do you change the platform if it is a last minute announcement? The problem is not changing the platform. Let me give you an example. Many trains start from Nagpur, but Nagpur is also a station in between the train. If a train is coming from Chennai going towards Delhi, you are not an originating station. Now just think about one thing. The train is going to come at 4 o'clock in the morning, madam. And there is young daughter whom I have to drop. She's just 17, 18 years of age. And I want to go to drop her at the station at 4 o'clock in the morning. First, as a brother, as a father, as a whatever you want to call, there will be a fear in the mind. How do I leave this young girl alone? We all are scared. But this problem of scaring also gets doubled. If I reach to station and then I wait there for 5 hours, और ट्रेन 9 बजे अगर आती है, तो मेरे दुख को दुगना दुख होता है कि पहले बता दिया होता 9 बजे आने वाले तो घर से नाश्ता करके निकलते, चिंता भी नहीं होती, नींद भी पूरी हो जाती थी. Now this was this problem. There were 2 problems. One, platform change. Second, coach change. Third was this late coming of the train. He said, while the engineers and planners will work on the train to come in time, can your computers, can your data help me out to solve this problem? Legal problem, safety issue, law and order issue. How many GRP, railway police, will be deployed to safeguard our daughters? It is not possible to have one-to-one mapping, right? We cannot have omnipresent police. We are not a police state. Here came help your students, madam, students from Raisoni, students who are attending this. And one of the researchers came to us and said, कितना simple है सर, इतना क्या बुद्धि लगा रहे? ट्रेन में एक डिवाइस लगाएंगे, वो ट्रैक करेगा कि ट्रेन कहाँ पे है और आपके मोबाइल में बताएगा कि ट्रेन कहाँ पे है, कोच कहाँ है ये हम आपको बताएंगे और फिर कोच भी आप बता देना, तो पैसेंजर को अपने घर पे बैठ के बिना फोन किए पता चलेगा कि ट्रेन कहाँ है. अगर ट्रेन अमरावती नहीं छोड़ी तो हमको चिंता क्या करना है, 2 घंटा है हमारे हाथ के अंदर, तो वो प्लानिंग हो जाएगा. We looked at the child and said, is it possible? He said, yes, it is possible. With the help of geospatial technology, if you remember, the Prime Minister Modi spoke on the Independence Day that we will use space to run the trains. Antariksha का इस्तेमाल करेंगे. What does it mean? One of a researchers like you, one of a competent person like you, gave us a solution that they will put a device on the locomotive, the engine, which can be tracked by satellites, even if it is passing through hilly areas, barring the tunnels, We can then put in some RFIDs which can read when it is passing through tunnels. It can give us exact location plus or minus 5 meters, exact timing plus or minus 10 seconds. Where is the locomotive? And it can transcend on the mobile which is in the hand of the passenger into the poorest passenger, the lowest version of mobile which you have. That can be seen. And is it possible? How many of you now see your where is my train? We can identify, right? Who made it possible? Neither me nor Dhore sir. आपल्याकडे तर अजून ती 80 त्या 2 MBचंच आहे ना अजून. We have not solved it. What only thing which we both did is we enabled it. We both helped you to think about this. It was possible only by people like you who are researchers, who are thoughtful, who are inventors, who are path breakers. One of you came to us and said कि simple problem है, एक geospatial चीज लेंगे, एक machine लगाएंगे, वो machine, and we didn't even understand what is this machine. I was not knowing that this is called as active RFID or this is called as satellite connectivity devices, nothing like that. And there is some server, there is some interface. They gave us the solution. Today this problem is solved. Second problem was that we wanted to travel from Dhantoli to Mahal. I told you I should take 1 hour. We said, can we reduce this? किसका घर तोड़े? रोड अगर सीधा बनाना है तो कैन वी एक्चुअली ब्लो ऑफ पीपल्स हाउस? यू हैव टू प्लान इन अ वे दैट मिनिमम डैमेज इज डन टू द एक्सिस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. Everybody is to be benefited. Sanket, in the car in the morning when I was with Rai madam, we were discussing that की सर तुम्ही रोड पण आणलं आणि मेट्रो पण आणलं तर त्याने काही जास्त झालं नाही का? I said, how do you? Their problem statement was that there is a commotion, there is a congestion, there has to be speed. The speed not only for today, but the speed for decades in future. Now, this was again not done by people who were politicians. They had a vision, but the actual planning was done by the machines, computings, which the students have given us, madam, and they used geospatial technology in that. They took actual photograph of Nagpur, satellite imagery, identified where is the road. Then drones were flown to see what is the exact sacrosanct measurement, to have a 2D image. And then, LiDARs were used, ground penetrating radars were used, devices were run on the road, could see that where is the scope of putting the pillar, where is the scope of putting this span, where is the scope of putting the station. Hell lot of computing went into this. While you can only see the cement and the concrete with your naked eyes, the computing power used by the scholar sitting in front of me is not been seen by us, which was enormous, ma'am, and the technology used is something which is very latest, geospatial. Ma'am, I can go on giving this example. You have only given me 30 minutes, so I thought in 10 minutes I should tell you that मैं और ढोरे सर इनके जैसे रिसर्चर नहीं होंगे, लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत तो मालूम है. क्यों ढोरे सर? I was going through this book which was inaugurated, and I only get 7-8 minutes when the book was given, because while the book was given in our hand, this journal was given in their hand, Professor Dhore was also speaking. I wanted to keep my one eye on him. And somebody in this entire book has mentioned about comparative analysis of Swan intelligence algorithms, a focus on convergence, speed, and performance. Excellent project. I don't know whether that scholar is sitting here in front of me. Is he or she here? Whoever has written this particular paper in this particular part. This is, page numbers are not mentioned, so I can't tell you the page. But Swan intelligence, madam, I have a background of little bit of agriculture. I shared with you that I was secretary of agriculture college, only agriculture college of Mumbai, Uttan. Insects and pests are both for agriculture. They are destroyer and they are also survivors. Tomorrow, if you kill all the pests, there will not be any pollination. So we will have to have some balances in that, understanding of this. And this analysis will help you to increase pollination and increase the productivity of the fruits. So if there is less and if you have data on that, then you can introduce artificial means of increasing the helpful, friendly pests like honeybees, increase your side collateral products of honey, make money, and also do pollination. At the same time, if you have attacks by lotus and other things, you may probably use means to tackle them. And you would have seen टिड्डी का अटैक हुआ था 1 साल भर पहले, 2 साल पहले, and how efficiently the scientific society handled that particular part, and humanity at large was benefited. If you remember in the first part of my conversation with you, I said, Sarva Sukhina Bhavantu. A scientist and a researcher like you does not only think about the computing power which is making in the lab, but it should transcend to the benefit of the farmer. So if you do research in this swarm intelligence, probably it will help us to reduce the farm terrain, reduce the farm pains, and increase our productivity on the farm by natural means. One of the scholars is very nicely written, exploring deep learning in drug discovery and pharmaceutical research. Is this person here? I can't see because the lights on my eyes are very high. Think about, ma'am, a earning member of a family gets hospitalized and he's not been treated. I don't know whether the kids will know that, but there was a time when TB was declared as to be a deadly thing. Whoever used to have TB, tuberculosis, was considered to be a dead person. Malaria used to kill people, more people were dying with typhoid. But medicinal drug discoveries, healthcare discoveries helped them. But it used to take years and decades to finalize a vaccine or a medicine or a procedure of surgery to recover. By that time, generations used to pass. But you can do the same calculations, quantum calculations, you can do the same kind of algorithms, understand the impact on the human bodies in a shorter period by doing a larger computing processes. The data can be driven across the globe, impacts of food habits, geographical impacts, climatic conditions, and the living conditions can also be incorporated, which was not incorporated in the earlier methods. So I would like to thank this kid, whoever have talked about this particular drug discovery. And ma'am, you should certainly give 5-10 minutes additional to listen. As I said in my first part, we believe in Sarva Sukhina Bhavantu. Health is the biggest thing. In one of the 8 Ashtalakshmi, Arogya Lakshmi is an important part in our culture. So we pray to Arogya Lakshmi. We always wish that we have one God, Datish. Somebody really has a pain of urban area and he has put a very nice paper, utilization of IT to address waste management in urban areas. The entire election of Delhi was fought on that mountain of garbage. Sarkari badal jati hai kachre se. I never knew that ki kachra will be so important. There was a movie also where there was a character with the name, how important he was, because he was the one who actually won this thing. And it's a very important thing. I had an opportunity to travel Europe and saw many of the solutions this thing. Can we generate electricity out of that? Can we segregate that? Seen machines which can segregate this waste without wasting time, and it can be helpful. So very nice paper. I'll read that if I get this particular paper, because this is a challenge which we will face in future. Already we are facing these challenges of landlocked cities like Nagpur or Delhi, and this will be a big help for us. Something which helped me half is the topic called as comparative analysis of data security and privacy in healthcare. While I talked about the utilization of quantum computing research algorithms, speeding up the inventions, procedures, there is a big challenge, man. Hospitals take your data, store them, and you would have heard that our prestigious institute like AIMS was attacked, the data was taken out. It is just not just a military affair to attack and take the data out so that they want to prove that you are not efficient. It has a commercial value to it. At your cost, what all medicines you have given to your patient and what were the changes in the body of the patient are recorded there. You become a guinea pig and somebody else uses this data to file a patent of the drug and they sell the same drug to you at higher cost. And your original research is called as theft. हमने जो काम किया था वो चोरी हो गया. तो this is a very important thing that when you get into research, you should protect your data. And that paper particularly, Miss Chavale, if I'm pronouncing it properly, and Jitodiji, fantastic. Ma'am, somebody introduced me, madam introduced me that I was national co-convener of IT cell and one of my role was social media. A fantastic tool with both the ages. Maya hai. So if you read about Mahabharata and other Ramayans, there were mention of Maya. So social media is nothing but a Maya, right? A false illusion which has been created. Comparative study of clustering algorithms for social media and data analysis. And further, when I go, somebody also talked about deep fake in this particular paper. False narrations can lead to you. One example which I'll do. I had an opportunity, madam, to address the brigadiers selected. That there is a course called as National Defense College. When the brigadiers go through that, it happens once in a year. I had a chance to address 2 of these courses where almost around 32 countries brigadiers were present, and this has given NSA state heads. It's a big thing where, CAP secretaries of the cabinet secretaries have been coming from this, and I was honored to have two opportunities to speak there. One of this I spoke, and one example about the social media which I spoke about is narration. And I'll take this liberty to talk about 2-3 minutes, and the researcher, whoever has written this, can use this particular part. I can give them a go ahead for. See, when I was a child, madam, I used to have a black and white color television. I don't know you have ever had that a chance to hit that and then it works. हलायचं ना ते मारला की ठीक व्हायचं असं काहीतरी. So I was very confident on my country's military. I was very, they will protect me from my western neighbors, my northern neighbors. They will fight. They will sacrifice while I sleep peacefully. They will protect myself. But I used to always have one doubt, honestly, as a child. Today I don't have that doubt, but that time I used to have that doubt, and I would like to tell to you, and I told this to the brigadiers present there also, that what if aliens attack Earth? See, you are a 4-year child kid, है ना? तो आपको लगता है कि कोई दूसरे परग्रही भी आएंगे, दूसरे देश में, तो क्या होगा? हमारे मिलिट्री के पास तो है नहीं. लेकिन then I used to get relieved because one serial used to come, if you know Star Trek, and then you know a giant robot, all that used to come, and I used to say कि हाँ एक देश है, उस देश के अंदर कैपेबिलिटी है कि वो आके हमारे पृथ्वी को बचाएगा. And I was very convinced. So I used to be very secure. Look up, कोई नहीं आ रहा है और वो देश है. Then you know when I grew up, I became young. सर मी पण 93 बॅच पीजी आहे. त्यावेळेला फार चांगली पिक्चर आली होती हॅरिसन फोर्डची, एक्झिक्युटिव्ह डिसिजन, where he is the president of one country. That plane has been hijacked, and by the time the movie ends, if you have seen that movie, if you have not seen the movie, please see it. He punches on the face of the terrorist and said, "Get off my plane." So I don't know if you have seen it. Please see that. So I said कि अरे ऐसा राष्ट्रपति होना चाहिए कि टेररिस्ट को एक पंच भी मार सकता है. Then you see movies of this country, big ship planes get down, and they always have that people doing like this on the hands of showing to their ships, and then use words like copy, clear. These are very famous things. So just to tell me that how secure is this country, how powerful they are. Their military is so mighty. Social media, madam. What is the reality? People traveling on donkey kicked them out of their country. They left their helicopters there. See, all what I thought as child that they are protecting me at this Mother Earth. First, people were on donkey, madam. Donkey, I'm not executing. Just 2 years back, right? They left their helicopters, they left their missiles, they left their jeeps, ran away from that country. Not a single war, not a single battle won in last 60 years. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, you name, they have lost. But see the power of the social media, see the power of narration, that they can impress a child that they will protect us from aliens. So whoever has written this paper on social media and deep fake, you have touched upon a new age war. I was talking about data colonization. One of the important weapons of data, important weapon of the colonizer will be data. One of the important element will be social media. They will attack your thinking process. They will attack your assumptions, and assumptions are built by this particular part. One more paper which your researchers are, madam, I'm already 29 minutes. Can I continue for 2-3 minutes? One paper which has come is on text mining of sentiments of natural language processing. Very important. Those who understand this particular part will know that this will be one of the most important research areas of tomorrow. Then there is one mention which is there, madam, and I should Kalambe साहेब तुमच्या नावासारखंच आहे कोणाचं तरी नाव इथे, Diksha Kalambeji, social and ethical concerns in technology. Where will we go? Will we use technology to clone human beings? What will be the impact on the society? I and madam, we were sitting here and we were talking about something that last 3-4 years there was online, and this is the first time we have moved back to offline. And I asked one of the academicians, senior academicians, ऑनलाइन तो सस्ता है, अच्छा है, टाइम नहीं लगता है, क्यों आप हमारे 5 स्टार के फ्लाइट्स के पैसे देते हैं, ऑनलाइन कर लीजिए. He said school and academicians and conferences are not purely for that academic paper per se. That is one part of it. Human behavior, anthropology, survival in the society, attachments are collateral learning when you attend classes, when you attend physically. Since this damage of this human fabric is to be thought about this, and somebody who is writing on this particular ethical impact, worth a paper. मैडम पूरा book जबरदस्त है, मतलब जितने भी papers हैं, I wish I was of this age and I could have participated in this and I would have competed with these sharp people. Image data security with integrated visual cryptography, that was my subject. So many good papers. Role of IIT in computing innovations. Madam, one incident happened which I like to tell these people who understand about IIT and we say about Gaga. They were drilling hole in the mountain. Drilling machines are there to make tunnel, and the machine conked off. खराब हो गया. So engineers tried to do something, mechanics tried to do something, and finally they gave up. नहीं होता है. So the machine was under guarantee. So they called up the OEM, original equipment manufacturer. So हमारा machine कैसा है यार, खराब हो गया. The other person very quietly said, खराब नहीं हुआ है, हमने उसको बंद किया है, पेमेंट कर दीजिए, पेमेंट नहीं हुआ है. Now, can you shut the machine sitting in that country? He said, yes, we have IoT inside it. If this happened, is this a truthful thing? Answer is yes, this is a real incident. Not quoted by a civilian to me, but Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia. Now, think about this in a strategic thing. Your tractors would be using equipments, plowing a hard soil, a soft soil, what latitude, what longitude, at what time of the year. Somebody can calculate what are you doing. पेरणी कसली चालली आहे, कपासाची पेरणी चालू आहे की भाताची चालू आहे, त्या वेळेप्रमाणे त्या मातीप्रमाणे ठरवता येईल. There can be predicted perfect analysis that you will have so much of food grain, so there should be an artificial supply created so that you don't get that kind of rate, or there should be an artificial shortage created so that you buy at a higher cost, even when you have enough stocks. See, wars will not be fought with gun. I told you, colonization now is not military, it's about data. And IoT can tell me how much food grain will you create, how much oil seed you will have. I can yet fight with you without spending a single minute. We have seen the fight of endosulfan, madam. Endosulfan is, I'm not a science student, but those who understand chemistry will tell me that it was a broad perspective pesticide, right? It has larger these things. Its shelf life and its cycle was better than anything else. It was a powder form, which would not get solved in the water. Yet they created a narration against it. We stopped it, and today my farmers are using multiple pesticides. घर में भी देखिए ना, काला हिट मच्छर मारने के लिए, लाल हिट कॉकरोच मारने के लिए, तो छिपकली मारने के लिए पीला हिट लाना पड़ेगा, ग्रासहोपर को मारने के लिए हरा वाला लाना पड़ेगा. Earlier my grandfather used to use only one single thing, the molecule of endosulfan, right? TIC20, single, and it would kill. So somebody deliberately pushed you out of the market, created more expenses for you. So your food grains will be expensive. IoT can play this kind of disastrous role, and the student at this age doing it is fantastic. Hats off. A lovely thing. Effect of social media on mental health. We have seen many deaths, ma'am. So deaths on taking selfie, people not getting happy if you don't like them. One very powerful paper is on AI-powered crop health monitoring system for early detection of predictions of diseases in East Vidarbha. The biggest challenge of the government is the suicides of the farmer. One of the reasons is not enough production from his farm. One of the reasons of that not enough production in his farm may be diseases. A simple hibiscus flower in your house may have mealybug attack and you may lose that particular flower. What will happen if my produce have been attacked? And if this can be, early detection can be done, then you can address that. You can apply whatever solutions are being suggested by the scientists. And I think this is a good use of computing power. Somebody who is not in the farm but sitting in his air-conditioned room can help the farmers. I've already talked about deep quick video, so I'll not talk about that particular part. But one last or one or two more things which grab my attention is enhanced landslide risk assessment using machine learning, enabled prediction systems with web-based dashboard. Ma'am, I had taken a permission from you yesterday about talking about MMGIS, and this is the real thing. Human beings are not only killed by war, action of violence, but also killed by diseases. But apart from this too, there is also something called as force majeure, the force of action, the natural actions which are there. And nature is very cruel sometimes. One of them is landslide. It can be cyclone. We used to have we have a department called as IMD, meteorology, which also does prediction. People used to die because of cyclones, heavy rains, cloud burst, shortage of water. But if you see the last 7-8 years, madam, something which is good which has happened. I'm very happy about my establishment, my government, and also I'm happy about the scientist who has introduced this. Is perfect precision-based prediction of the climate. Take an example of the cyclone in Odisha and West Bengal. Precision-based, where all it will come. It will come till Dantoli, but it will not go to Sitabardi. So those places were evacuated by NDMA, the National Disaster Management Force, which is there. They evacuated human beings. They evacuated the livestock. They could shelve whatever could be shelved. We had zero loss of life. Yes, property was damaged, buildings crashed, but we had zero. We could harvest what could be harvest in time. And predictions were not a minute before the attack or hours, but days. This kind of precision-based forecast helped us to save valuable human lives, which is the first line which I talked about in my first paragraph of my conversation is Sarva Sukhena Bhavantu. Why this government should be there? The government should be there so that we can tell them that there will be a cyclone. And landslide, if you can predict landslide, if you can predict cyclone, there is one more killing natural incidents which is increasing. Earlier it used to be less, ma'am, is lightning. Few people used to die with lightning, but with advent of towers, overhead wires, cables, electricity, metros, and big cities, the lightning striking deaths are increasing. Can we predict that particular part? And can computing power be used for that particular part? Has to be thought upon this. And so, ma'am, as I was talking about, the last part will be about MMGS. I'll request the students to come up. But a fantastic book, and I'll carry this, ma'am, and I'll request you if there's a complete journal, give it to me. I don't know whether I can read it in one day, but you would have seen my speed of reading. So I'm sure I'll try to read and give my analysis on that. And if the students are really good, I'll also make sure that they meet best of the researchers there, whatever is in my power. So we came together on this geospatial part. If you see in my entire journey, I've mentioned about using geospatial in railways to predict when the railway will arrive. Then got little hooked up when it was about landslide, or got hooked up when it was agriculture. 1993, sir, we were fortunate to see this thing. My dadi, my aji, which we call in house, in fact, came to me and said ki, मला वाटलं तू सगळ्यात शहाणा आहे मुलगा, तू दिवसभर तू टीव्ही का बघत असतो? It was difficult for me to tell her ki I am not watching TV. This is called as monitor. त्या मॉनिटर असायचं तुम्हाला आठवतं का? तर त्यांना वाटायचं की मी टीव्ही बघतोय पण. So that was one time and it was there. But now the things cannot be in your house. It has to be 25,000 kilometers over your house. And I sometimes tell people, can you see this pen with your naked eyes? Answer is yes. But if I keep this pen 5 kilometers away, will you be able to see it? How many of you think you cannot see it? But I can see this, ma'am. If you keep it 50 kilometers away, I can make sure that you can see it. If I keep it 500 kilometers away, you can see it. Technology has made it possible, right? You use binoculars, you hit telescope, you can use other things, video conferencing facilities. You can use multiple things. So a human can overcome the pain of humans by introduction of computing power. Geospatial is a fantastic tool which can be used by young students, which I and Dore sir missed, and Amina ma'am, you also missed probably. And what is this geospatial? It is a use of technology to see this beautiful Mother Earth from top. Predict, help. And do we use this? So even the least educated, the oldest person in the room can be using it, ma'am. हमने सबने यूज किया है, कभी गूगल मैप करके यूज किया होगा, कभी हमने टेम्परेचर देखने के लिए किया रहेगा, कभी हमने AQI देखने के लिए किया रहेगा. These are all tools of geospatial. So a set of people has come together. My speech is over, madam. Now that comes of 5 minutes is of MMGS, which I want to invite you over. There is a program called as MMGEIS. If you get a chance, do visit the site mmgeis.in. This is where the best of the brains of geospatial in the world has come together. I'm using this very cautiously, ma'am, and I'm not liberal user of words. I'm very conservative user of word. Best of the brains. Who are the three people who will be talking to the student who is from the first year of your undergraduation or any 800? Any student who is 8th standard to undergraduation can participate in this particular part. Before I tell you about this particular competition or this particular program, there is not a single penny you can pay or spend for this program. There is no course material which you can buy. There is no merchandise which you can buy. There is nothing available in the market. So this is entirely free of cost to the university, to the college, and to the students. Simple. You fill up the form on mmgis.in. You get 5 videos. Each video is of 20 minutes. Total 100 minutes of learning. Just 100 minutes. 2 घंटे में पढ़ाई खत्म होता है. And the most democratic way of giving exam. The exam will be given from your own house online. It's a proctor test. The agency which has been used is the best of the agency to do this kind of test. And it's a democratic test, sir. तुम्ही कधीच असं केलं नसेल. आम्ही सांगतो त्या विद्यार्थ्याला तुम्हीच ठरवा एक्झाम कधी द्यायचं. The student can decide when the exam will be there. He can give the exam in the morning 4 o'clock, evening 6 o'clock, the day when he wants to do it, when he is comfortable. Just 100 minutes of learning and exam giving, and he crosses the first. Once he crosses the stage 1, he gets an opportunity to talk to somebody called as mentor for 2 hours. It's online. So again, he can do it from his house, no spending on traveling. And who are these mentors? Director NIC, Director General of IMD, Dr. Mahapatra, who is there. Then we have somebody who is Director General of Defense Intelligence Agency, Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare. We have people who are Chief General Manager of Varanasi Smart City, Director Remote Sensing. Those people who can actually replace me and Dore sir in this kind of convocations. Right, sir? Such a senior people. Those are the mentors who will talk to the students online and they can do it. Then there is a stage 2 exam, which is again 30 minutes, again online, and no fees for that also. And the student can pass that. And once he passes that, he works directly under Professor Kiran Kumar, former chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, on a project. And just think about this kind of thing. And this is geospatial utilization for common man. So as I said, technology cannot be used by people till you have end goal in your mind. And the end goal has to be to make people happy. I started from that particular line, which is Sarva Sukhina Bhavantu. Can we use this particular part to make others happy? In this journey, if we make few money, few bucks, nothing wrong in that particular part. Because you are also part of the society where you should earn money. And I also talked about what General Shekatkar told me about that. Devo Durbal Ghataka. Use of technology to create deterrents against my enemies, whether the enemy is a natural swamp, pest, natural disaster, or the enemy is a human being who wants to erode my culture, my civilization. Computing power will give us that power which can overcome these all challenges. Dr. Wali, I have no words to thank you. Whenever you write a WhatsApp, I start shivering, but it's always good to interact with these students. Swati ma'am, you're really lucky to work under her. She's a visionary, and both Dr. Deshpande and her great personalities. Sir, तुम्हाला ऐकून पण खूप बरं वाटलं, and I wish I be in touch with you. Ramesh sir, I'll certainly hear the video wherever I am. I'll take the video from Dr. Wali and listen to you. I would like to thank each of you who gave me chance to speak in front of you. I'm not capable. I try to learn every day. And I thank all of you to allow me to become capable by talking to you. Bharat Mata ki jai.
Thank you, Shri Vineet Goenka sir, for your inspiring words and invaluable insights. Your perspectives on digital governance and knowledge sovereignty has provided profound takeaways, adding great depth to our discussions today.
नोट स्पीकर कर देते, सबको भी इधर बिठा दो, ठीक है? हाँ, ठीक है। बाद में हाँ, रिक्वेस्टेड टू टेक
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shadab, and I work as a senior associate at Mathco, and I co-founded Quantum Computing India community. I am passionate about deep technologies, and that's how I've been pursuing my career in the field of AI and quantum.
We are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Ramesh Mansa sir, a distinguished academician and researcher who currently serves as a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Information Technology at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. His expertise and contribution to the field of biomedical image processing, machine learning, and computer vision have significantly advanced research and innovation in these domains. With over 2 decades of experience, he has published more than 380 research papers and authored 15 books. He has successfully guided 17 PhD and 29 MPhil scholars and have received multiple research grants from UGC and DST focusing on diabetic retinopathy and hyperspectral data analysis. His groundbreaking innovations include 4 patents filed, 3 published, and grants of 2 Australian and 1 Indian patent. A senior IEEE member and fellow of IETE, Dr. Manza has delivered numerous keynote addresses and invited talks at national and international platforms. It is an honor to have him share his expertise as at this international conference where Dr. Manza will be speaking on improving quality of digital image. His profound insights into advanced image enhancement techniques and their real world applications will undoubtedly enlighten and inspire researchers, scholars, and professionals worldwide. With great respect, I now invite Dr. Ramesh Mansa sir to share his profound insights through his keynote address on improving quality of digital image.
क्या हुआ? Good afternoon to all of you. Let me express my sincere thanks and gratitude to organizer for giving me this opportunity to be part of this international conference. Today I am going to discuss about how we can improve the quality of digital images. Nowadays, with the help of various application of mobile, easily with few clicks, it is possible to get the enhancement or improvement in the quality as much as we want. But in background, what algorithm is used to do, how it process, what is the computational process working behind that, that mostly I'll try to cover. And in between, you can interrupt me at any moment. We will discuss, try to simplify, and then go ahead. The basic most important steps for enhancement and how to do the enhancement is based on the histogram. So we will go with the histogram, where it will help us to analyze the type of image it is and which type of algorithm required to improve the quality of that image. So we'll start with that enhancement with single point, that is pixel, and then group of pixel and so on. Before moving further, the process to form an image in computer consists of two major steps: illumination of the light and reflection of the light. Illumination comes from any natural or artificial source of light and it falls on the surface of object. After that, it will reflect back. The reflected light will get captured by all the type of image acquisition device except few called X-ray machines, where it will transmit the light and transmitted light will capture. During this process of illumination and reflection, if illumination is improper, means too extreme source or below the requirement, then there will be the image outcomes captured by the device will be either too bright or too dark, and hence enhancement is required. Second way through which enhancement is necessary, when surface of the object is too smooth. If it is too smooth, reflection is excess and hence image becomes brighter. If it is rough surface, then it absorbs most of the energy of the light. Reflection is poor and hence image become darker. So the procedure of illumination reflection, which is the basic need to form any image, itself required a improvement in visibility so that we can improve the automation process, we can get good quality image and so on. The procedure involved in this are of two level, low level, middle level. In case of low level, input and output, both of them are images. Only we will do of reducing the noise which has been appear during acquisition process, or will make the image more sharper if it has not properly appear with edges, boundaries or lines, will improve them through sharpening techniques. Whereas in middle level, we give input as an image, output will be attributes extracted from that image. Information related to the image might be geometrical information, where height, depth, etc., geometrical information, or we may have some texture information, color information, and so on. Using these two major steps, it is possible to process the image and get it input for the automation process. While doing enhancement, we need to understand how many bits we have used to form the image and what is the range of grayscale value. That's nothing but the data distributed in the two-dimensional matrix. In normal cases, if it is 8-bit, we do have the distribution of data in that two-dimensional array ranging from 0 to 255. And in other way, whenever it has been mapped, it comes into the range of 0.0 to 1.0, and in between 0.0 to 1.0, all other sets of grayscale value or the color or the texture has been mapped out. So in few cases we may have directly used 0 to 255, or in some cases we may use 0.0 to 1.0, meaning is same, the way of processing both of them are remain same. Objective is to do the enhancement is highlight the region of interest from that image, the target which we wanted to extract, remove the noise which is unwanted data, comes by either rounding process of that analog to digital converter, or by transmission medium which we use as a carrier to transfer the imaging data from one location to another. Those unwanted information which not be a part of image, that we have to suppress so that quality can be improved. And the third and major part which we used to play is the appealing of user or the viewer, and for this we need to do the enhancement. For example, this is the spine image. On left side we have the image captured by device consists of some darkness, mostly to the spine part or left side of that image. After enhancement, it will look like this. Now we will see in successive slide how do the conversion has happened. Or this is another example where the darkness is there in left side image either by natural or artificial source of light, that is illumination, or by reflection, either any one case. And after improvement it will look like the right side where each minute detail can be possible to visualize or automated. Third is through noise. Different types of noise can be added. Gaussian noise we do have paper, we do have salt noise, and so on. All of them are based on how data is distributed in that matrix, and we need to make them uniform so that the type of noise which has been added can be suppressed. This is the another way through which if we view enlarged version may not possible to view each minute details, but if we crop small portion of it, it is easily possible to visualize the degradation present in that current image, and hence we have to improve them. There are two broad categories to process them. One is spatial domain, second is frequency domain. In case of spatial domain, we directly manipulate that 2D array, two-dimensional matrix. Values are directly manipulated. Either we add constant number into every value or we subtract that constant number, any arithmetic operation. Whereas in frequency domain, we need an intermediator where we take the values or a matrix, convert that into Fourier spectrum or sometime wavelet spectrum, process that wavelet spectrum, and then again do the inversion of wavelet or Fourier and come back to the modified version. So this way we do in Fourier in frequency domain. Today we'll deal with only spatial domain. The basic step to analyze the image is histogram. What it consists of? It consists of distribution or range of grayscale value on one axis and the count of respective grayscale value on another axis. The range start with 0 to 255 for 8-bit image and the count of every respective grayscale value. What it indicate? It indicate that the information related to that image, and we can understand the image belongs to either 4 category: dark, bright, low contrast or high contrast. That we can analyze at initial first phase. Based on that, we need to process or we need to decide the algorithm to process it. Even we can do the segmentation. Here in this particular image, the two bunches of group of data are we can, at what for first glance we can able to understand there are two groups of data. If we take middle value as threshold and simply in one version separate the left group of bundle of data, and in second version suppress the right group of data, we can able to partition the image into two, that is foreground, background, or if it is present two heterogeneous set of group of values, that can easily possible to separate and called as segmentation. So if we take this as an image, then histogram will be look like this. It used to analyze the distribution of the grayscale value in that matrix. For example, this is another version, a histogram. Now just try to understand where in my histogram or that plot data has appeared throughout that complete span, where currently it lies. Based on that, there are types of images. So here it has appeared more closer to origin. In second example, it has come to the rightmost portion of histogram or that plot. Whereas in third, it has come in the middle version. So it is giving me the idea about which type of image it is. Means without seeing the image also, only by viewing a histogram, we can able to classify the image belongs to which category. Whereas this is fourth version and a histogram seems that my distribution has uniformly present start from origin, that is 0 grayscale value, to the max grayscale value. For 8-bit image it is 255. So it has come in the complete span. Quality wise, if we compare those 4 versions of the same image, quality wise fourth version is good. it indicates that my histogram or distribution should present in such a way that it must cover all the types of range of grayscale value in that matrix or the 2D array. So we have to convert first three categories into this fourth version, is the process called enhancement of improvement or the quality. Like here all four has been compared. The dark image where data are more closer to origin histogram wise. For brightness, it has come to the rightmost part. For low contrast, it has appeared in the middle of histogram. And for high contrast, it has covered all the complete range of the grayscale value. So here, through enhancement, we'll take all top three types, dark, bright, and low contrast, convert them into high contrast. And the process which we follow is called histogram equalization, where we will do the distribution uniform. In other words, it is also called as histogram stretching. We take the values of grayscale value and simply stretch them towards the span where there is no data present. We do not have any value into the portion. This way we'll do the enhancement. So our objective is to improve the quality. Histogram equalization will perform the operation like this, where it will do sum of product of grayscale value of every pixel multiplied by probability of occurrence of the grayscale value. It will take sum of product of this and gives us the enhancement or histogram equalization. So here dark image converted into high contrast, bright converted into high contrast, and so on. So overall histogram, which is basic step to take the image analysis, decide the type of image, and perform the histogram equalization in one shot to convert dark, bright, and low contrast into high contrast. We'll move further to point processing, and where we will see how it can be processed for the enhancement. So in point processing, we go for making the image negative. We convert all high values into low and low into high. We take a threshold and perform that enhancement, or we perform log operation on every values. We go power law, gray level slashing, bit plane slashing, and so on. So what we do is we perform T as an operator on every value of f of xy. F is my input image, x and y are their respective coordinate in the forms of matrix, and output will be g of xy, which will be enhanced image. So here a bigger size matrix is shown, which is input image. Out of them, while doing processing, we take the small size of 3 by 3. The normal size minimum value of the mask is 1 by 1, but if we go with 1 by 1, it is something like linear. We do not perform any operation, it will remain same. If we take 2 by 2, it can possible, but we cannot able to find the exact center. Hence 2 by 2, 4 by 4, 6 by 6, 8 by 8 is possible but unable to find the exact center. Hence some even number of rows and columns cannot be possible. That's why we'll go with odd number of rows and column. And here the small portion is shown, which can start at any random location. We perform the operation on that small 3 by 3 size of 9 group of pixel called 9 neighbors, and the 9 neighbors will either do average operation, mean, mode, or max, and that will be replaced into g of xy, which will be output image. So generalized operation is S is equal to T of R, where R is input grayscale value, T is operator, any mathematical operator, and output will be enhanced image S. This is the example of negative image, where in point processing, it will take the input image simply reverse every grayscale value. In other words, we may call it will subtract each and every value of that matrix from max value of the current data which is present. Here it has shown S is equal to 1.0 to R, 1.0 minus R, where 1.0 is the max grayscale value mapped in that matrix. So from that max value, every value if we subtract, it will convert all dark pixel into brighter and all brighter pixel becomes darker. This is the example of mammogram image to analyze the abnormality which is growing in the image. So max intensity minus every grayscale value we can subtract. Second is threshold, through which we take any random value of that matrix and make the image data into two parts, make them into two groups. Everything greater than that randomly selected value threshold as 1 and the rest of the things are 0. So it will convert grayscale value into its binary version. The necessity to convert the value into binary is to reduce the computational process. It reduces the overburden on the computational power. And few information like measuring the geometrical information are easier in binary version as compared to the grayscale. So it will do everything greater than threshold as 1 and the rest of the things are 0. In case of intensity transformation, in left side plot, it shows the slowly variation range of grayscale value, and that's become blurring version of the image. Image becomes blur if either a device which we use to capture the image is in moving state, or the object whose photograph we have captured is in moving state. In any one of the state, it might be blur image. To overcome that issue, we take the group of range of grayscale value which has slowly varying into rapid varying version. So we cut that portion and should make into such a way that it should have rapid change of set of grayscale value from one value to the next value. Should not have like 45, then it should be 46, 47, 48, and so on. No, it is 45 followed by 60 and that's onwards. The middle value which has been slowly varying should be cut down and either grouped into the lower version or higher version. It will make the image sharper. Edges will be made sharper. Then we have three gray level transformation: linear, logarithm, and power law. In case of linear, just 2-3 slides before we have seen an example to convert all dark pixel into bright and bright into dark. And in case of identity, it will do not perform any operation, keep the value as it is. For logarithm, we take a power of every grayscale value, opposite of it is inverse, and so on. So in logarithm, we take c into log of 1 plus r, where 1 is max grayscale value, plus r, log of that value multiplied with c is constant, and mostly value of c is 1. What it does, it will convert all narrow range of low grayscale value into wider range. So everything whose domination is very small, the grayscale value domination is very small in the matrix, get wider through this logarithm operation. In case of power law, we take power of every grayscale value multiplied with c constant, which is again 1, and do conversion of the improvement in the quality. For example, in case of power law, if my power is 0.6 to every value of that matrix, then it will do certain type of visibility improvement. If I make it 0.3, then up to some extent it has been modified, the visibility. If I do the comparison of how 0.6, 0.3 and 0.4 has impacted on improvement on the quality, then there are two ways. One is subjective, so it depends upon the viewer. It will vary the answer, like which one is more improved. But objectively can be evaluated with the help of various statistical quality measures. Few of them are like peak signal to noise ratio or mean square error, MSE, and so on. There are hundreds of statistical quality measures which will tell us exactly by how much amount of value the quality of that image has been improved. It will take original image, measure their statistical quality parameters, then take the output version, enhanced version, measure their statistical quality control, compare them, and it will give exactly by how much percentage the quality has been improved. Here, a power law for brighter image is taken in the forms of like 5.0 and 3.0 and so on. Earlier, for darker image, the values were in fraction 0.3, 0.4, and 0.6. If we do this, then also the similar way of comparison by doing either subjective or objective evaluation, we can decide how much improvement has been happened with the brighter image. In gamma correction, this concept was used in CRT monitor, where the display driver, while taking the data as an input, it will do the modification. Display driver itself has the modification version. Like in analog to digital converter, we used to do rounding process. If it is 3.5, it will convert it into 4. If it is 3.3, it will round it up and convert it into 3. So this rounding process itself used to modify the actual data, and for that correction, while giving input to the display driver, already it has to be modified, and then we can give input to that driver so that it will keep the original which we wanted to have, and that is gamma correction. It is related to display device or the drivers. While doing piecewise linear transformation, we used to take small set of values which is impacted. In earlier cases, we used to modify the whole matrix, but in piecewise linear transformation, we will not. The reason is, if we apply operation on whole complete matrix, it may change the actual version which actually required. So that's why, in spite of performing it on global way, we go with local. We identify the portion of that image which really need to improve, and only that much will modify. This will decide based on the group of data which is not come under visibility. Will decide that from the histogram and will modify only that portion. Like here in this example, if we look bottom left side image, where on the top corner the object is appear, but through piecewise linear transformation, in the right side bottom version of it has removed. So while taking photograph, if suppose in background some object has appeared and which we do not wanted to have, in mobile application we simply click, it will disappear, or the visibility has been reduced. But in background, it is processed through by making their value closer to 0. And if you wanted to highlight, it goes towards the higher value, that is brightness will be improved, or the enhancement has happened with improving the intensity of the grayscale values. In another case, where if I have 8-bit image, then in background one matrix which is of original, varying the range of grayscale value 0 to 255, converted into 8 matrices, where in every matrix we do have the related grayscale value with 2 to the power. Like 2 to the power 0 means 1. So 0 to 1 is in matrix number 1. Then in next matrix we will have 2 to the power 2. So 2 to the power 2 is 4. So 2 to 4 ranges grayscale value come into that second matrix. In third matrix, 2 to the power 3, that is 8. So 4 to 8, all values which are there in the matrix transferred into third matrix, and so on. What happened due to this? Due to this, it is possible to know the impact of which bit on the image. What is the impact of every bit of grayscale value on that image? And due to that, in spite of processing whole matrix, will process only a particular bit, that is range. So 2 to the power 3, for example, if it has impacted more and which we required in the output, so we'll process only that range, and that is bit plane slashing. In other words, we take an object and make them into the slice or pieces. See, the other way we can use this slashing is to reduce the overburden on the computational power, memory, storage device, processing power, transmission media, that is bandwidth we can save. So we used to only carry the version of bit which is actually required in the application. Application to application, which bit to be carried forward will be varying. So we take the image, divide them into slashes, and decide how many out of those 8 slashes are really important for me to get my desired output or the application, to fulfill the application. For that, see, the transmission time, bandwidth, processing time, and computational storage can be optimized. So it is something compression problem, and that we can do, or indirectly it will also help us to do the enhancement that we'll see in successive slide. For example, out of this 8-bit plane here, it has all 8-bit plane along with the original of 500 rows and 1192 columns image. And the next version are like 0-bit, 1-bit, 2-bit, 3-bit, 4-bit, 5 bits, and so on. So it has 8 slashes out of total 8-bit image. Out of them, if we compare the last with original, it seems similar. So I need not have to carry the rest of data. That much time and storage space can be utilized. In other way, like original, the 0th version, first version, I mean to say the 2 to the power range of that bit number, and so on. If I slowly moving the value of my 2 to the power, the data inside into that image increases, the data is added. So I'll decide which one is similar to my original, and the rest of them are can simply skipped out. What other way we do? We reconstruct them by permutation combination. We take like only 7 and 8, merge them, and then compare is it is sufficient to find the currency value, can identify is it the currency, or in automated process of counting the currency, identification currency, etc. Or we may combination of 6, 7 and 8, or 5, 6, 7. This will vary application to application combination. This will be a problem of image data compression along with enhancement. So we have seen with how point processing, means single grayscale value modification, can contribute in enhancement of the image. Now we'll go with the group of such pixel at a time processed together and make the image more visible, where we take now neighbors of different varying size and various operation we performed onto them. So indirectly it will help us to recover the ages which has been lost, and we do the 2 major operation called correlation and convolution. So we'll start with the complete matrix, select only small portion of size 3 by 3, and those 9 neighbors will operate at a time. Out of those 9, we may select minimum, max, or median. Like start the matrix of image, select any random pixel, here it is E, form a neighbor of that selected, randomly selected pixel of size 3 by 3. So it has coefficient A to I. Then this is filter. I'll repeat. This is filter, sometime called operator. of same size 3 by 3. We do here sum of product of 3 neighbors of the image with 3 by 3 neighbors of the image with 3 by 3 neighbors of that filter. So we get a single processed pixel out of those 9 pixel of the image with 9 pixel of the filter. And the same process we repeat on throughout the complete image by shifting that mask one column to the right side till it will not reach to the rightmost corner. Then we'll shift it by one row to the bottom and again repeat from left to right. This entire process will at the end gives us the neighborhood operation of enhanced values. So it is something sum of product of 9 pixel of image with sum of product of 9 pixel of the filter. It can be something like this, where for averaging values of that 3 by 3 mask or operator are 1 by 9, 1 by 9 of all 9 values. Mathematically, if we take sum of all those 9 pixel, 9 values of that operator, it is 1. So indirectly, mathematically, if we multiplied it with any value, mathematically do not modify it. But because of we used to take sum of product of every pixel, it contributes a lot in enhancement or improvement in the visibility. For example, the value is 106 for randomly selected one pixel with other neighbors are near about 9 in the range of 90 to 108, and we take the smoothing filter of every value 1 by 9. If we take sum of product, then 98.33 is the value. We'll do rounding and replace that in E processed or output single pixel. It will goes into one value of that output improved quality version. If we repeat same on the images, like here, we have the image output version with varying size of that filter or the mask. Initially, if it is 3 by 3, then it processed the image and gives more good output as compared to if I increase the size 5 by 5, 9 by 9, 15 by 15, 35 by 35 and so on. Why it has happened? If the size of mask is larger, it will take more data into the processing or in that mathematical operation. Hence, the impact in improvement is of not that much. Hence, the size of the mask should be of minimum size. Hence, 3 by 3 is the most suitable mask for almost all type of images. Another limitation of increasing the size of that mask is, if I increase the size of mask, more amount of the border pixel of that image is not processed, and hence we cannot go with that because most of the things will remain unprocessed. If it is 3 by 3, one row, one column surrounded will remain unprocessed. If it is 5 by 5, 2 rows and 2 column of the border pixel will not be processed, and hence it should be of minimum size called 3 by 3. So like here, different version of varying size of the mask, how it has impact on losing the data. So in spite of improving, it is loss, it make the image more smoother or blur. Another mask type of mask is weighted smoothing filter, where a particular value of that mask having different weight. In earlier case, all 9 pixel were 1 by 9, but here the different values has been allocated, and hence while doing the multiplication followed by sum will do the output varying as compared to earlier mask, and that's why the weighted will give us the good enhancement in the output image. In smoothing version, the another twist can possible to make is we take a original image, and if we smooth, it has lose the edges because of that sum of product operation. But if we take the threshold value of that smoothing version and convert that into binary, it has only kept the boundary pixel of the objects which are there in the image. But as compared to that smoothal version, we can easily able to at least count how many number of objects are there. We can measure the area covered by every object and so on. So along with smoothing operation, thresholding operation will also help us to do the enhancement. Here it has shown the example of noise removal. The original image impacted with some noise. Averaging filter has removed up to some extent, where we'll take that 3 by 3 size average and replace into output image. Third version is median, where we take 9, do the sorting either in increasing or decreasing order, and take a middle of that. Middle value of that 9 pixel sorted version will replace in the output. So this way we have different types of operations to make the image quality good or visible. If the size of operator increase, it will skip the border pixel, it will not take into the output version. The solution in that case is either omit the border pixel, we cannot carry them, or we increase the size, we pad the value surrounded to that image, then process and get the output. Or we may replace the border pixel with same value, or we may simply truncate out after processing, and we do replacing them by 0 or 1 and so on. So these are some pre-process we need to do, or after performing the operation of sum of product, we used to truncate and so on. If we make the border pixel 0, then something multiplied with 0 make the output 0, and hence darkness might be appear on the surrounding. If we make the replica of the same value, it may not be affected on the output, and if we wrap around the value with 1, it will give different result. So like if it is 0, then the border pixel will be darker and so on. So this way we process the image. The major two operations which are involved here are correlation and convolution. In case of correlation, the left side 3 by 3 image portion will multiplied with the filter in the same sequence of A to R, then B to S, C to T and so on. But whereas in convolution, we simply change the sequence of the operator. We'll take A into Z, B into Y, C into X and so on. In other words, we make the convolution correlation operation same by rotating that operator with some 180 degree and do the same operation called correlation. So these are basic steps. With this, I stop here by concluding that we have taken a image which do not have the visibility due to because of the operation called illumination and reflection. The light was not proper, hence need to have the enhancement. Which type of enhancement need to do is decided by the histogram, and then we have come across with how single point processing can be possible and how neighbor of 3 by 3 portion can be involved to make the image more visible. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. If you have any question, we will discuss. Sir, please. ठीक है? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh Manza, sir, for your invaluable address. Your expertise and thought provoking perspectives have truly enriched our understanding and inspired new possibilities in the field. As we progress through this momentous gathering of knowledge and collaboration, it is essential to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the collective efforts that have brought ICAMT to life. I now invite Dr. Suruchi Pimple, co-conference chair, to extend a formal word of thanks.
Thank you, Rida. Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here. Uh, on behalf of Sadabai Raisoni Women's College, it is my honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Sri Viniji Goenka for graciously accepting our invitation to be the chief guest at this conference. Inspired from Sir's thoughts, I would like to mention a doha by Kavi Dinkar. क्षमा क्षोभती उस भुजंग को जिसके पास गरल हो, उसको क्या जो विषहीन विनीत सरल हो. So it is time now to be more strong as a person, as a society, and as a country. As Sir has quoted, that even gods like the strong. Sir, your words of wisdom and encouragement has left a profound impact, inspiring all of us. Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful to Honorable Professor Dore Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, for gracing us with his presence as the guest of honor. Sir's thoughtful remarks and insights about the role of computing in the field of finance, banking, and medical research has added immense value to the conference. Thank you, sir. Our heartfelt thanks goes to Professor Manza for accepting our invitation as the keynote speaker. The clarity and depth of your ideas for improving the digital image processing has set a perfect tone for the conference, which resonated with everyone present here. A special note of thanks to our patron Sri Sunil Raisoni sir, Shreyas Raisoni sir, for their unwavering support and motivation for fostering a research culture within our institution. We also wish to extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. S.B. Kishore, Dr. Gharpure sir, Dr. Katka sir, Dr. Kishore Dole sir for kindly accepting the responsibility of chairing the various tracks of today's presentations. We are truly honored to have your support and guidance throughout the event. I take the opportunity to thank our esteemed collaborators, Association of All Computer Science Teachers, Zen Abroad Consultancy, Anishri Technologies, SSIT Private Limited, and Adversity Nagpur. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the invaluable support of the PRO team, IT team, administrative team, and the organizing committee of ICMT 25. Your dedication and hard work behind the scenes has ensured the smooth execution of ICMT 25. Finally, I thank you all for all those who have contributed to the success of this conference, and we hope you enjoy being a part of ICMT 25 and look forward to collaborating with you in future also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Suruchi Pimple ma'am, for your kind words of appreciation. Your acknowledgement truly highlights the dedication and collaboration that drives this conference forward. Felicitation Yes, ma'am. A humble request to all presenters, please submit your presentations at your earliest convenience if you haven't already done so. This will ensure a seamless presentation session. Thank you for your cooperation. We are privileged to have a galaxy of stars on this panel who have shaped the fields with their groundbreaking work, and I now welcome our session chairs, to extend a token of respect and appreciation. I am honored to invite Dr. S.P. Kishore, President of AACST, Association of All Computer Science Teachers, Associate Professor and Head of Computer Science Department at Sardar Patel Mahavidyalaya, Chandrapur. I now request Dr. Akansha Budolia ma'am to felicitate him with a token of appreciation. In recognition of his valuable contributions, it is my privilege to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Ravindra Gharpure, Assistant Professor at Central Institute of Business Management, Research and Development, Nagpur. I now invite Dr. Rosina Naz to extend this honor. It is an absolute honor to have Mr. Shadab Hussain as our esteemed international speaker for this prestigious conference. A visionary in his field, he brings a wealth of knowledge and global expertise that will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. Mr. Shadab Hussain is a global technology leader at the forefront of artificial intelligence and quantum computing. As a senior associate at MATCO, he superheads innovations in generative AI and ML ops, driving transformative solutions for the future. A co founder of Quantum Computing India and former developer advocate at the London Stock Exchange Group, Mr. Hussain bridges cutting edge engineering with real world impacts. Recognized as a Google developer expert for AI/ML and an AWS community builder, he holds multiple certifications in AWS and Google Cloud Machine Learning. An accomplished author, speaker, and thought leader, Mr. Hussain has shared his expertise at premier industry events worldwide, inspiring audiences with his visionary insights into AI and quantum computing. At this international conference, he will deliver an insightful session on cutting edge technology, offering deep perspectives on the latest advancements shaping the future of innovation. Though he is unable to join us in person, we are privileged to present his recorded address, one that promises to be insightful, inspiring, and thought provoking. Can we please have the video played?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shadab, and I work as a senior associate at Mapco, and I co-founded Quantum Computing India community. I am passionate about deep technologies, and that's how I've been pursuing my career in the field of AI and quantum. So today we are going to talk about innovation horizons and what all is happening across the world by different research labs, institutes, and industries. So together we will explore we'll navigate the features like how innovations are shaping the tomorrow's world. And in this session, we will examine transformative technologies reshaping our world and the innovative pathways they are creating. So the objective of this session is to provide you with a framework for understanding and navigating technological change in an increasingly interconnected landscape. We will draw in research-based insights from leading institutions to ensure you gain both technical understanding and strategic perspectives. By the end of this session, I hope you will have good understanding of emerging technologies. You will be able to evaluate them and anticipate convergence points and develop informed strategies for your institute, organization, or for your career. So let's start with the session. In this session, mainly we are going to talk about let's start with the foundation of emerging technologies to establish a shared understanding of how innovation evolves and how to evaluate technological maturity. We will then dive into four core technology domains like AI, quantum computing, biotech, and advanced material science. And each will be representing a fundamental shift in technological capability. Next, we will examine future energy systems powering this technological revolution, followed by integration and convergence, where we will see how separate domains combine in powerful way. Finally, we'll explore future horizons and societal impact, addressing the broader implications of these technologies for our economies, societies, and governance structure. So throughout, we will emphasize the interconnection between these domains as the most significant innovations often emerge at their intersections. So a bit of agenda like I've already talked about. Let's move to the technological convergence part. So what makes this technological era different from previous revolution is the unprecedented convergence of previously distinct domains. So we are seeing shared principles of information processing, spanning AI, quantum systems, and biotech. Recent MIT research demonstrates how advances in one domain accelerate progress in others. For example, algorithms developed for computer vision are now powering breakthroughs in protein folding analysis, while insights from biological systems inspire more efficient computational approaches. The cross-cutting themes driving this convergence include information processing at different scales, computational approaches to physical problems, and biological inspiration in technological design. So understanding these connections helps us anticipate breakthroughs at the intersection of traditional disciplines, often where the most transformative innovation emerge. This convergence also means that organizations need multidisciplinary teams and perspectives to fully capture emerging opportunities. Let's dive a dip into the historical context of innovation. So technological innovation follows recognizable patterns that inform our understanding of current developments. So Harvard Business School's research on disruption cycles identifies a common progression, experimentation, standardization, and eventually commoditization of the technology. So we have seen this pattern repeat across computing, telecommunications, and now in the field of AI as well. So early AI experimentation focused on diverse approaches before large language models emerged as a standardized paradigm, now moving toward commoditization through APIs and application platforms. So by examining these historical patterns, we gain perspective on where current technologies sit in their evolution. Quantum computing remains in early experimentation, while Gen AI, if you look at it, is transitioning towards standardization. And renewable energy technologies like solar have largely standardized and are moving toward commoditization with predictable cost curves. So these patterns help organizations make strategic decisions about when and how to adopt emerging technologies, with different approaches needed at each stage of maturity. So let's talk a bit about research institution landscape as well. So the development of cutting edge technology is concentrated among key research institutions worldwide, each with distinctive strengths and specializations. For example, Stanford's Human-Centered AI Institute maps the global AI research ecosystem, identifying not only geographic clusters like Silicon Valley, Boston, Beijing, but also specialized focus areas within each cluster. Similarly, the Quantum Economic Development Consortium tracks quantum computing developments across academic, government, and industry labs. So understanding this landscape reveals where different types of innovations are likely to emerge. For example, MIT CSAIL has demonstrated particular strength in robotics and human-machine interaction, while Harvard's quantum initiative has achieved breakthrough in molecular quantum systems. And for example, if I talk about IIT Bombay, they have been excelling in the fields of quantum sensing. Similarly, we have IIT Madras and different other IITs. They have a specialization in different domains, right? So this knowledge helps organizations identify potential research partners and anticipate technological trajectories based on where the investment is flowing and which institutional strengths align with the strategic priorities. So how do we distinguish between genuinely transformative technologies and those temporarily riding waves of hype? Frameworks like Gartner's Hype Cycle provide structured approaches to assessing technological maturity. So the most recent cycle positions generative AI approaching the peak of inflated expectations, while quantum computing transitions toward the trough of disillusionment. So while quantum computing transitions toward the trough of like disillusionment as practical implementation challenges are like becoming apparent. So these models help organizations time their engagement with emerging technologies as well, right? So Bloomberg's technology analysts complement these assessments with a quantitative metric like investment flows, patent activity, and talent migration. These indicators provide early signals of which technologies are gaining momentum before mainstream adoption becomes evident. So I'd like to open a brief, I would have loved to open a brief discussion here, but like since I have to record this session and share with you all, so maybe like you can just think of like according to you, where would you place some of the technologies on the hype cycle based on your experience? So like if you talk about quantum computing, quantum AI, brain computing, and right. So and also like which one do you believe are most overhyped and which might be flying under the radar with more potential than commonly recognized? I don't know how many of you are aware of like in my previous sessions also like um, I talked about Jester. They have developed a tool, Radar, which sort of like looks at the technologies and how it's getting developed and what is the status of that technology is. So coming back to the next part, like we'll start with the core technologies now, like AI foundations. Like here we will see like how AI has undergone a fundamental paradigm shift with the emergence of foundation models. And now we have systems trained on vast data sets through self-supervised learning that demonstrate like emergent capabilities not explicitly programmed, right? So Stanford's research documents how capabilities emerge through scale rather than like algorithm refinement alone, right? So with models demonstrating unexpected reasoning, planning, and creative abilities as they grow larger. Also, like in one of the articles by like MIT CSAILs, like they released that in March 2025, I think, and they demonstrated how these foundation models are extending beyond text and images to physical interaction. So their research shows robots learning from natural human feedback, allowing users to correct robot actions in real time using normal communication patterns they would use with human collaborators. So this represents a sort of like departure from traditional programming to systems that learn through interaction, opening new applications in the field of manufacturing, healthcare, and home assistance. So the implications of this shift are like profound. We are moving from explicitly programmed systems with fixed capabilities to adaptable systems that improve through experience and feedback. So as AI systems grow more powerful, understanding their decision making becomes increasingly critical, especially in like high stake domains like healthcare and autonomous systems. So MIT CCL has pioneered approaches making like advanced systems more interpretable without sacrificing the performance. In Fab 2025, like they released a research on machine learning models for protein localization, which demonstrated how complex biological patterns can be both predicted and explained by attention-based models that highlighted which features like influenced predictions. So techniques for visualizing attention mechanism in language models reveal which part of input text most influenced responses, right? So while mechanistic interpretability research aims to understand how concepts are represented within neural networks. So these approaches are like helping bridge the gap between the statistical learning patterns of AI and the conceptual explanations humans need to trust and effectively collaborate with intelligent systems. So organizations implementing AI should sort of like focus on prioritizing interpretability alongside performance metrics to ensure responsible and effective deployment. So MIT's Gen AI Impact Consortium, it was launched in like this year in the month of Feb, so last month itself. So they bring together researchers and industry partners to address the rapidly evolving impact of AI across sectors. Their framework balances innovation with ethical considerations and practical governance approaches. So the consortium focus on like human AI collaboration rather than replacement, ensuring AI systems augment human capabilities while maintaining human agency and values. So this approach provides practical guidance for organization deploying advanced AI systems. So there's a lot of fear going on in the market as well, right? If you look at people are losing their job and people are too much concerned about what implications these AI systems can bring on each one of us. So this tool, basically this organization, basically which I'm talking about, this consortium, right, MIT Gen AI Impact Consortium. So they have included tools for assessment, which evaluates potential impact before like deployment of the monitoring systems, before deployment, and they have the monitoring systems to detect emerging issues and governance structures that incorporate diverse perspectives. So organizations implementing these frameworks demonstrate improved outcomes in like AI projects with higher user satisfaction and reduced incidence of bias or unintended consequences. So as AI capabilities like are growing, responsible development practices are not just ethical imperatives, but practical necessities for successful implementation and sustainable innovation. If I talk about ethics and governance, so the rapid advancement of AI capabilities has like outpaced governance frameworks, creating several critical challenges. First, ensuring like AI systems make decisions aligned with human values and intentions remains technically challenging. Second, the concentration of like advanced AI capabilities among a few powerful entities raises concerns about market power and democratic accountability. Third one is like managing workforce transitions as AI automates significant portion of knowledge work requires proactive approaches to like education and labor policy both. So Harvard Berkman Clean Centers like adaptive governance models propose more flexible regulatory approaches that evolve alongside technological capabilities. So rather than being rigid, having the rigid rules that quickly become obsolete, these frameworks like sort of emphasize on principles, ongoing monitoring, and rapid adaptation. So this approach basically recognizes that traditional regulatory framework struggle to address rapidly evolving technologies and suggests more agile alternatives designs to harness benefits while mitigating the risk. So maybe you can think of like it's a question for you, like if you are paying attention to the session currently. So how can governance keep pace with rapid AI advancement while balancing innovation and protection of public interest? Right. So think and maybe like you can discuss among yourself after the session, or feel free to reach out to me also through any of the social media channels I will share at the end. So this is all about AI. Next, let's move to the quantum computing. So quantum computing, if you know, that's very good. It's not very difficult to understand or learn. But for those who don't know, like quantum computing represents a fundamentally different computational paradigm based on quantum mechanical principles. So unlike we have classical bits that represent either 0 or 1, We have quantum bits, also called as qubits, which can exist in superposition of states representing both values simultaneously through probability amplitudes. So when multiple qubits become entangled, they form correlated systems where the state of one qubit depends on others, creating exponentially large computational spaces. So these properties sort of like enable quantum algorithms that can potentially solve some of the like problems exponentially faster than classical computers. So, for example, Shor's algorithm for factoring is used for factoring large numbers. That's a threat for current cryptographic systems and any other classically secured systems, while quantum simulation algorithm promises breakthroughs in the field of material science and drug discovery as well. So understanding these fundamental is sort of like essential for evaluating quantum computing's potential impact across the industries and anticipating which problems are likely to see quantum advantage first. So while full commercialization is still a bit like years away, like organizations are already trying to identify potential use cases and developing quantum literacy within their technical teams. A lot of papers, patents are getting published every year. So if I compare the number of patents or IPs getting produced every year globally, it has increased a lot. And there are certain recommendations, also some of the like global institutes to focus on post-quantum cryptography side as well. So there are certain initiatives by like Harvard Quantum as well. So the Harvard Quantum Initiative has achieved a significant breakthrough in molecular quantum computing. In Jan 2025, researchers led by like Kang Kwen Ni successfully trapped molecules to perform quantum operations for the first time using ultra cold polar molecules as qubits. So this experiment sort of like represented a significant advance because molecules have rich internal structures that could enable more powerful quantum processing, but were previously considered too complex to control. So the research team created an ISWAP gate, a key quantum circuit that generates entanglement between qubits, achieving 94% accuracy in creating a 2-qubit Bell state. This was a significant milestone in trapped molecule technology and provides the final building block necessary for molecular quantum computing. So the unique properties of molecules including their rich internal structure, offer many opportunities for advancing quantum technologies beyond what's possible with simpler systems. So this breakthrough sort of like illustrates how quantum research continues to explore multiple technical approaches, suggesting the field remains in early like development with significant potential for disruptive like advances. A lot of companies have their own quantum roadmaps as well, which people are like which they have been following, and these roadmaps also keeps getting updated based on the pace with which the research and development is going on in this industry. And there are different type of quantum computers as well, like trapped ion based, superconducting based, photonic based quantum computers, and also based on like that there have been key focus by different companies in different areas. So I will talk about IBM quantum hardware evolution. Given the time constraint we have for this session, I will not go for each kind of quantum computers in this session. So IBM this year roadmap outlines like ambitious plans for quantum-centric supercomputing through modular processors with enhanced circuit quality, execution speed, and parallelization. So the company will demonstrate the first quantum-centric supercomputer this year by integrating modular quantum processors with middleware and quantum communication technologies. So this design basically addresses the scaling challenges, right, that have limited quantum computing's practical applications. So IBM's approach represents a transition from research to practical engineering rather than focusing solely on increasing qubit counts. So this emphasis has like shifted to improving gate operations, a measure of the scale and complexity of workloads that quantum computers can handle. This roadmap also highlights the integration of error mitigation techniques within the Qiskit framework, forming a foundation for algorithm and application developers to build quantum workflows that reduced noise impacts. So this pragmatic approaches focuses on making quantum computing useful for specific applications while the technology continues to mature toward more general capabilities. So let me see how much we have covered. Yep, I think few more slides we have to go for. So this is like more about quantum hardware. If you go to on their official website, you will find their official announcement and their roadmap, what they have been working on. Okay. So next, let's talk about quantum applications landscape. So we have near-term quantum applications which are focusing on areas where quantum computers have theoretical advantages even before fully error-corrected systems are available. So material science simulations are particularly promising as quantum computers can naturally model quantum mechanical systems like molecular structures and complex materials. So this is accelerating discovery of new pharmaceuticals, catalysts, and electronic materials. So optimization problems across industries like represent another early application area, including in the field of logistics, financial portfolio optimization, and resource allocation. And IBM and other industry leaders project that by 2025, error mitigation techniques integrated with quantum software platforms will enable algorithms to function with reduced noise, so improving circuit quality and computational speed as well. So also sort of like additionally, this development of serverless tools will also like allow algorithm developers to focus on creating solutions without managing complex quantum infra. So for organizations who are like considering quantum strategies, this suggests beginning with education and use case identification, potentially partnering with some of the quantum providers for experimental applications in simulation and optimization, while developing internal capabilities for longer term adoption. Next, let's talk about biotech revolution as well. So CRISPR, like Cas9 technology, has like they have revolutionized the genetic engineering by enabling precise, efficient DNA. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, sorry, there was a glitch. So they have sort of like significantly reduced off-target effects through like engineered Cas9 variants with improved specificity. So these advances are sort of like transforming treatment approaches for genetic diseases and enabling unprecedented capabilities in biological engineering as well. So the precision and efficiency of these tools have sort of like democratized genetic engineering, like allowing smaller research teams as well and companies to pursue innovations previously requiring extensive specialized resources. Next is precision medicine advances. So the integration of genomic data with clinical outcome is transforming the healthcare towards like personalized treatments based on individual genetic profiles. Large-scale projects mapping cellular diversity across tissues are creating references databases that accelerate disease research. Also, like advanced computational methods enabling sort of like interpretation of complex genomic data sets, identifying patterns invisible to traditional analysis. And these tools are like again like democratize with the help of these tools like genomic analysis and allowing. I mean, these kind of tools are allowing smaller research teams to make discoveries that previously were like not possible very easily. Next is biotech beyond medicine. Also, let's talk a bit about this. So, I mean, we have seen biotech applications have been increasingly extend beyond healthcare into multiple industries, creating new markets and transforming the existing ones. So, advanced manufacturing platforms use engineered microorganisms to produce sustainable materials, chemicals, and fuels, which is resulting in reduced environmental impact compared to like traditional manufacturing processes, right? So pharmaceutical manufacturing is also being transformed through continuous bioprocessing that increases efficiency while reducing the cost and making treatments also more accessible that way. So the economic impact of this non-medical application is substantial and growing, with synthetic biology startups attracting record investment in recent years. So we have a lot of like bioethics framework, like they are the powerful capabilities of modern biotech raise important ethical considerations as well as at the same time that require structured frameworks for evaluation and governance. So key ethical dimensions include equity of access to ensure biotech benefits are broadly shared across populations and regions, preventing unintended ecological consequences from engineered organisms, released into the environment, and governance of like heritable genetic modifications that could affect future generations also. So that's why like responsible innovation approaches incorporate diverse stakeholders' perspectives beyond scientific and commercial interest. This includes engaging affected communities, considering cultural and spiritual values, and ensuring transparency about risks and benefits. Next, let's talk a bit about advanced material transformation. So, advanced material research is also moving beyond static properties towards programmable materials that change characteristics in response to environmental stimuli. So, these smart materials include self-healing polymers with micro encapsulated repair agents that activate when damage occurs. So, shape memory alloys that return to like predetermined forms when heated, and photochromic materials that change optical properties in response to light. So computational design approaches have like enabled rapid iteration and discovery of materials with targeted properties. And this revolution is sort of like transforming the material science from empirical discovery to rational design. So it has dramatically accelerated development timelines. And with the integration of data science and material engineering, it has created the whole new possibilities for materials that adapt to changing conditions and self-optimize for performance. Next, nanomaterials application. So materials engineered at the nanoscale exhibit unique properties due to quantum effects and vastly increased surface areas, and creating applications impossible with conventional materials. So next-gen electronics benefit from nanomaterials. Then energy applications also span improved photovoltaics with nanostructured light harvesting components in it, which is like high density energy storage solutions with nano-engineered electrodes and catalysts with enhanced efficiency due to optimized surface structures. So these diverse applications demonstrate like how nanomaterials potential is having the potential and transforming the multiple industries simultaneously by enabling performance impossible with conventional materials. Next is sustainable material development. So frameworks for evaluating materials across their entire life cycle integrate environmental impact with performance requirements, transforming how we develop and select materials, right? So this life cycle approach considers like raw material sourcing, manufacturing energy requirements, use phase impacts, end of life scenarios, including recycling, biodegradation, or disposal. Circular economy principles inform design that facilitate material recovery and reuse, minimizing waste and resource consumption. So biodegradable alternatives to like persistent materials like conventional plastics have achieved commercial viability. So the growth in sustainable materials responds to both consumer demand and regulatory pressure, with companies increasingly adopting life cycle analysis in material selection decisions. Next is materials commercialization. So the journey from lab discovery to commercial material involves navigating significant challenges that many promising materials fail to overcome. The scaling production requires like addressing manufacturing process that may work differently at industrial volumes than lab scale. Testing those methodologies must verify like consistent performance under varied real world conditions beyond controlled laboratory environments. Industry academic partnerships have like emerged as critical accelerators for commercialization, combining fundamental research expertise with practical manufacturing experience. So such collaborations like approaches help bridge the value of that between lab discovery and commercial application, accelerating the timeline for bridging advanced materials to market and capturing their economic and environmental benefits. So organizations are participating in these ecosystems to access emerging materials while reducing individual development risk. Next is like advanced nuclear technologies are like also offering potential for safe, reliable, carbon-free energy with distinctive advantages in every density and reliability. So molten salt reactor designs incorporate inherent safety features with fuel dissolved in salt, right? That naturally expands and slows the interaction if temperature increases, a passive safety mechanism. So Commonwealth fusion systems, like which is spin off from MIT, has achieved milestones in compact fusion using high temperature superconducting magnets. And these technologies are also like represent possible transitions to sustainable energy systems with minimal land use requirements compared to other clean energy sources. So Still, the deployment timeline remains longer than for renewable technologies, but advanced nuclear approaches are offering complementary characteristics that could play an important role in a diversified zero carbon energy portfolio. Next is fusion energy progress. So Princeton's Plasma Physics Laboratory, they have continued advancing fusion energy research through the tokamak approach to plasma confinement, achieving record performance metrics in recent experiments. So recent experiments have achieved record fusion power output and confinement times, demonstrating steady progress toward the conditions necessary for net energy gain. So the fusion landscape has transformed with private sector acceleration, venture capital, and strategic corporate investment in fusion startups has they have grown dramatically in these kind of startups, with different companies pursuing varied technical approaches, including magnetic confinement, inertial confinement, and magnetized target fusion. So this diversified approach also increases the probability of breakthrough, with companies targeting commercial fusion electricity within the next 2 decades. Next is advanced energy storage. So we have grid scale energy storage solutions are critical for integrating variable renewable energy sources and creating reliable, resilient power systems. So flow battery technology offers advantages for long duration storage. And beyond electrochemical approaches, mechanical and thermal storage technologies offer additional options like compressed air energy storage, gravity-based systems, and thermal storage in molten salts or other media provide alternatives with different cost and performance characteristics. So research is going on in these areas as well. Next is renewable energy economics. So Bloomberg NEF's 2025, they have analyzed. Their analysis reveals continued strong growth in clean energy deployment despite economic headwinds, which is demonstrating the sector's resilience and improving fundamentals. So yeah, I was talking about solar photovoltaic installation, right? So they increased 35% year over year in 2024, and energy storage installations have grown by 76% in megawatt hour terms. So global investment in energy transition has exceeded the previous records, reflecting improving economics and supportive policies in major markets. So these trends are sort of demonstrating renewable energy's transition from policy-dependent to market-driven deployment, and are creating a transformation in global energy markets that will reshape investment flows, corporate strategies, and geopolitical relationships around energy resources and technologies. Next, let's talk a bit about AI-enabled scientific discovery and the other aspects as well. So, if I talk about AI has been transforming the scientific discovery by identifying patterns in complex data that is sort of complementing the human researchers and accelerating the pace of innovation across disciplines. So in material science, we have AI tool analyzing experimentation results and suggesting novel compounds with desired properties. So these AI-enabled discovery processes represent a fundamental change in how science is advancing, right? So rather than the traditional hypothesis, experiment, analysis cycle conducted entirely by humans, AI systems generate hypotheses, design experiments, and interpret results in partnership with human researchers. This hybrid approach is combining machine learning pattern recognition capabilities with human scientific intuition and creativity is leading to breakthrough unlikely through either approach alone. So organizations are investing in research and development, considering how AI tools can augment their discovery processes, potentially transforming R&D productivity and enabling exploration of previous intractable problems. Next, the boundaries between digital and physical worlds is continuing to blur through the technologies that embed computation into everyday environments, which is creating a new interaction paradigm and capabilities, right? So extended intelligence approaches envision harmonious human-machine collaboration rather than replacement with digital systems that understand and adapt to human needs and context. Recent MIT Media Lab projects basically they demonstrate programmable materials that respond to digital inputs, changing physical properties based on software control. So you can imagine like what kind of advancement in research is happening globally, and why like we should look at, or we should develop the AI systems in such a way that how it can complement and both human and AI can go in harmony to advance science and build such technologies which can be beneficial for the mankind. So augmenting, another example if I talk about is like augmented reality systems, right? They're enhancing physical environments with contextual digital information, which is creating again like hybrid experiences that combine real and virtual elements. So these developments are suggesting future environments where digital and physical impact like aspects are seamlessly integrated with computation peering into the environment rather than remaining confined to discrete devices. Okay, so next is like talking about the ecosystem development is also very important. So successful technology innovation depends on supportive ecosystems combining talent, capital, regulatory frameworks, and support services. So a recognition that like breakthrough technologies really emerge from isolated efforts. So regions with thriving innovation cultures share key elements, diverse talent pools with both technical and entrepreneurial skills, accessible capital at different stages from early research to commercial scaling, regulatory environments balancing protection and experiments, and support services from legal expertise to manufacturing capabilities. So we have the triple helix model examines like interactions between universities, like knowledge creation, industries for commercialization, and government for policy and funding in creating innovation-friendly environments. So successful regions demonstrate productive collaboration across these sectors, with universities producing both knowledge and skilled graduates, industries providing commercialization pathways and practical challenges, and government establishing supportive policies and infrastructure. So understanding these ecosystem dynamics helps regions develop strategies for nurturing technological innovation beyond individual organization or technologies, right? So organizations also benefit from actively participating in and helping shape these ecosystems rather than pursuing innovation in isolation. So let's talk about a case study. We need to, I mean, it's not a case study, but more about the convergence of different technologies, right? So the integration of multiple technologies creates solution more powerful than individual component alone. So demonstrating how convergence drives the next wave of innovation. So smart cities initiatives combine Internet of Things sensors, AI, analytics, advanced materials to create integrated urban systems, right? For transportation, energy, and public services. Healthcare demonstrates similar convergence with precision medicine approaches combining genomic analysis, AI diagnostics, and targeted therapies to provide personalized treatment. Same way, we have transportation transformation that shows convergence of electrification, automation, connectivity, and sharing models, fundamentally changing how people and goods move. So these examples provide concrete demonstrations of like how convergence creates value greater than the sum of individual technologies. So implementation lessons sort of like highlight common challenges like interoperability standards, data governance, organization silos, policy frameworks that lack technological possibilities. The organization that successfully navigate these challenges create integrated solutions that like address complex problems beyond the reach of single technology approaches. So technology forecasting, systematic approaches to technology forecasting help like organization prepare for longer term transformations while maintaining practical focus on near term developments. Okay. So signal identification techniques can like for early indicators of emerging tech and trends, distinguishing between like meaningful signals from background noise. So the challenge problem approach like pioneered by DARPA. So DARPA is a like organization in US. They focus on like innovation specific, like innovative specific, like ambitious goals rather than incremental improvements. So often catalyzing breakthroughs by concentrating diverse expertise on shared challenges. So these kind of forecasting methods help organization balance long-term vision with near-term progress, preparing for like transformative technologies while focusing on achievable milestones. So, like before, like So for achieving all this, right, we need to access like what transformation is happening in the technology field, right? So frameworks, we have different frameworks for assessing potentially transformative technologies, which considers both unprecedented opportunities and risk that emerge as technological capabilities expand. So civilization scale impact evaluation considers like how technologies might fundamentally reshape social, economic, and political systems, both intentionally and unintentionally. So methodologies for evaluating existential risk examine low probability but high consequence scenarios where technologies could threaten human flourishing on survival. So the ultimate optimization target for technological development should be human flourishing broadly conceived, including physical well-being, intellectual development, creative expression, and meaningful relationships. So this people-centered approach to technology assessment ensures that advancement serves humanity rather than becoming an end in itself. Another very important aspect is the technology policy approaches. So effective technology policy balances promoting innovation with addressing security and ethical considerations, creating environments where beneficial technologies flourish while mitigating the potential harms. So policy models have like increasingly address power concentration concerns, ensuring like technological benefits are not captured primarily by already advantaged groups. So this includes both economic concentration within industries and distributional effects across population. Next is like future of work and society. So research on technology's impact on work emphasizes developing adaptability rather than narrowing technical skills likely to be automated. So requiring fundamental shifts in education and workforce development. So education systems preparing students for technology transformed careers focus on like uniquely human capabilities like creativity, ethical reasoning, interpersonal skills, and adaptability complemented by like foundational technical knowledge that enables collaboration with intelligent systems. So I will put another question for you. It's been just me talking from quite some time. So like, how do you ensure technology advances human potential across societies rather than creating new forms of inequality or exclusion? So this, when you will try to answer this question, you will be able to guide, like it will be able to guide you both towards the policy development and organizational strategies for technology deployment. So with this, like I will conclude the talk. Like as like we explored the different tech horizons, several key themes which are emerging that will shape technological evolution in the coming years. So only way is like we collaborate, not we don't work in like in an isolated environment. Institutes, government, and industries, they should collaborate to do the innovation at a faster pace, and commercialize the technologies which are emerging out of that. And at the same time, there's a transformation needed in education as well, with the advancement how it is going with the help of AI and in the field of science, right? That younger talents or generation, they know what to learn, how to learn, and how they can position themselves in the right way, that these technologies should be complementing them in rather than like making them obsolete for no jobs, right? So there's a lot of things which can be achieved like through the strategic technology assessment, capability development roadmaps, and and doing the responsible innovation, right? So this will be a continuous learning approach at the same time, but by embracing these principles, we can harness cutting edge technologies to create a future that enhances human flourishing while addressing our greatest challenges. So with this, I will end my talk. Like I don't have much to add. So thanks a lot for bearing me for so long. And I'm going to like share my LinkedIn. If any one of you are interested, like you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, or feel free to reach out to ma'am. She can also like put me in touch.
We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Shadab Hussain, our esteemed international speaker at ICAMT 2025. Although he couldn't be here in person, we truly appreciate that he joined us live on YouTube, all the way from Texas, despite it being 1:20 a.m. there. A special note for our participants, Mr. Shadab Hussain is not from academia, yet, even while working in the industry, he remains deeply committed to sharing his knowledge and experience with us. We sincerely thank you, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. Thank you so much. We now break for lunch, and I invite all the dignitaries and delegates to please proceed for lunch. I would request all the presenters to please share your presentation slides with us. The one for the track one, those who are appointed this auditorium for their presentation session, I would request you to please mail us your presentation slides for smooth conduction of the presentation session.
out of those
I request all the participants and the presenters to please proceed to your respective rooms. Track 1 will be conducted here in the auditorium. Track 2 will be conducted in 809 on 8th floor. And track 3 participants are supposed to move in room 709 on 7th floor.
research presentations showcasing innovative ideas and advancements in the field of management and technology. We are privileged to have with us our session chairs who will be guiding and evaluating this session with their expertise and insights. First, we have Dr. S.B. Kishore Sir, Associate Professor and Head, Computer Science Department, Sardar Patel Mahavidyalaya, Chandrapur. With his vast experience in research and academia, he has significantly contributed to advancements in computer science and technology. Next, we have Dr. Ravindra Gharpure, Assistant Professor, Central Institute of Business Management, Research and Development, Nagpur. His expertise in business management and research methodology has greatly enriched academic discussions and innovations in this field. Now, with that, let us commence with our first presentation. First, we have Professor Devendra Chaurasia sir and Professor MP Dhore, who are going to present on fraud detection in financial transactions using machine learning approaches, exploring how technology is being used to enhance security and reduce risks. Over to you, sir.
Respected sir and ma'am and all research associate. I am Devendra Chaurasia, working in MECL, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. I am doing PhD in part-time. Mahendra P. Dore sir. My research center is Shivaji Science College, Nagpur. Now, I present a paper, Fraud Detection in Financial Transaction using Machine Learning Approaches. Yeah. In a financial fraud detection is a big issue nowadays. The all economy, because it cost individual, all corporate sector and government sector are facing these issues. The uses of online banking, e-commerce like Amazon, Flipkart, all are facing these issues. Digital payment system like individual using online payment system, NEFT, RTGS, also a UPI ID and QR code facing this type of financial fraud detection nowadays. Also, some category of financial fraud detection in medical insurance sector, vehicle insurance sector, Bitcoin sector, and also related to insurance policies and other sectors in nowadays. So, how can protect the financial fraud detection? Some financial companies, financial institute, banking now using a subset of rules to identify the fraud detection. But if you are using a machine learning approaches, so we can easily identify the fraud in that system to how can hackers hack your transaction and your bank accounts. So there are some models, machine learning model for transaction recognize complex pattern and adopt a fraud methods for that transaction and traditional methods. The algorithm of system offer advantage supervised learning and unsupervised learning. Some algorithms like random forest, gradient boost, and machine learning are popular where they accurately recognize the transactions. In a supervised learning, how can we identify the problems? The supervised learning is a provide label data in that type of some tag and provide you alert at the time of financial transactions. There some famous algorithm is support vector machine, logistic regression, decision tree, and random forest algorithm. Basically, this algorithm provide you the label data, and you can provide the some alert at the time of transaction you are processing at that time. And unsupervised learning, we have anomaly detection in your transaction. It's not provide the label data. Sometimes hackers hack your transaction hack hack your transaction online. You have received some pop-up window or some alert message in your mobile, and you click that link. This is a not labeled data, and you see that your account is hacked, your amount is debited. So unsupervised learning in algorithm DB scan and hierarchical based transactions, and uh, K means know your nearest neighbor algorithm. It's provide a very improvement in that financial fraud detection transactions. I have proposed this implementation mathematical formula for identify the errors and how can anomalies coming in your transaction. This is a number of data set D data set have a n number of transactions and m number of features. N number of transactions means you have transaction through UPI, you have transaction through QR code, you have transaction to NEFT, RTGS, like that. And m number of features means you have a database with number of features like tables, row and columns in transactional database. And xi and yi is a support vector machine using a matrix. So here A1, suppose column number 1, column number 2 is a C1, C11, C12, like that database. Here we have calculate the mean value and median value through this formula and encode your transactional URL. You are passing through the net banking and UPI and online and QR code transactional. Step number 5, this is a algorithm for find the log value, anomaly detection. Recognize the error. If your error found more than greater than 10 value, here I am using a RStudio modeling tool, and for the Python programming using Spider tool for the calculation of that transaction. Here one more algorithm working in S mode for find that transaction and technical. How can you calculate the value of that? So after numerical analysis, we have find so many types of different results. This is the proposed model. First is a set of rule using the some companies, institute and banking sectors. I propose the second tool. This is based on AI based algorithm. Here first your data set, you identify your data set, and before pre-processing, the data set will be categorized in different categories. After the set of rules, apply the set of rules and find if the pattern is different type of passing query algorithm. So you can give here alert to the user. If user is accepted, this is not my transaction, this is not my query transaction, I have a different transaction, different OTP, different EA, then here you can rank that this is a fraud transaction and you give the alert that time. And after that alert, you label that data, this is a fraud data, and provide your query without any transaction and fail that transaction. No need to process in next step. Here break your transaction. This is an experimental report. After that, apply in an algorithm. You can see that the gradient boost algorithm is most accuracy, providing 96.8 here. And unsupervised learning, you can see that there is a 85.6 in accuracy provided in this algorithm. In my model, we have applied that formula, mathematical formula. You can see that 95.3 accuracy provide. After that, apply formula in that algorithm. In a After all experiment, you can see that both supervised and unsupervised learning. This is a gradient boost algorithm, and DB scan algorithm is a very common to use in both financial transactions, especially unsupervised learning and supervised learning algorithm. Here we have using a artificial intelligence XAI merging algorithm. In nowadays, in experiment is going on in that tool XAI, and okay, thank you. Yeah, this is a references. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
जी सर.
Can you name some of the earlier proposed algorithm?
Earlier proposed algorithm.
Someone who had done the review of literature on that. Is
Yes.
anyone have done certain such kind of work? Because nowhere you have mentioned the name of your model.
Yeah. It's I have applied the different algorithm, experiment with different algorithm.
No. First of all, let me.
Yeah.
Have you given any name to your model name?
Model name.
आपने कोई नाम दिया क्या अपने मॉडल को?
No sir, no name right now.
Okay.
Just work on experiment, apply that formula only in different algorithm in random forest, DB scan, and KNN algorithm.
तो इसके पहले कोई मॉडल बने हुए हैं?
Not given any name right now. Sir, not given any name right now.
No, I'm not asking about your earlier. किसी ने इसके ऊपर कोई काम किया है क्या इस टॉपिक के ऊपर?
Just working on prepare a database using RStudio tool.
Have you done any kind of review of literature on your particular topic?
Yeah. No sir.
Okay. अच्छा, आपको कभी-कभी मैसेज आता है आपके, जैसे आपने कहा कि सपोज आपको एक मैसेज आता है कि इफ यू आर डन एनी काइंड ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शन, इफ यू आर नॉट डन एनी काइंड ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शन देन क्लिक ओवर हियर. If you are not done any kind of transaction, then click over here. इस तरह का कभी-कभी मैसेज आता है. So what kind of data it is? Whether it is supervised or it's unsupervised?
Yeah, actually hacker send your URL with your mobile number and your user ID. You have not done this transaction. You have done this transaction. If you click that link, then you receive alert message.
So is it a supervised or it's unsupervised?
It's an unsupervised learning because it's not labeled data.
Thank you.
Yes.
Student, any questions from student, participant?
The participants can ask questions if they want to. Anyone? No? Moving forward, we have Dr. Kamlesh Thote, who will analyze the impact of trading in silver commodity on the share price of related companies in BSE, shedding light on financial market trends. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I, Dr. Kamlesh Thote, Assistant Professor in BBA Department of GS College of Commerce and Economics, Nagpur. The topic of today's presentation is an analysis of impact on trading in silver commodity on the share price of related listed company in the BSE. So the study basically deals with the comparison of the silver prices and the prices of the company which is selected, basically working in the jewelry or the related to products related to the silvers, right? So study deal with the analytical of impact of trading in silver and the share price of the related listed company in the BSE. The study period is consist for the 1 year from 1st January 2024 to 31st December. Company which is selected for the study is Orasis Smith India Limited. Right? So I think all knows about the silver. Silver is the important commodity after the gold in the basically in the jewelry industries and also the human life, right? Orasis Smith India Limited, this is formerly known as the Silver Smith India Limited, incorporated in 1994, listed on a BSE. The company has been contributing an area of amazing products to the high-end counter jewelry sector in India and the overseas. So the objectives of my study is to study the commodity market and its trading, and second, to analyze the impact of silver on the trading of share price of related listed company. So how there is an impact on a change in the fluctuation in the prices of silver on the price of the shares of the related companies, right? So the hypothesis which is taken for this, there the null hypothesis, there doesn't exist any significant impact on a silver commodity on the price of Orasis Smith India Limited, and the alternate hypothesis that exists a significant impact on a silver commodity on the price of the Orasis Smith India Limited. So data is collected through the various websites. The prices of 1 gram of the silver on a day wise and the price of the shares of the related listed company every day that is selected for the comparison, right? So the data then analyzed with the help of Z test through the Excel sheets. So this is the data analysis is divided into part 3, part A, part B, and the part C. Part A comprises of the Z test, 2 sample for the means of the companies. So variable 1 and the variable 2, that is one is the prices of the silver and another is the share prices, right? So from here we can see that the Z calculated that comes with the 0.5264, right, which is the lower as compared to the Z tabulated one. So this figure shows that there doesn't exist any relationship between the share prices and the silver prices, basically, right? So we can accept the null hypothesis, that is there doesn't exist any relationships between the share prices and commodity prices, that is silver prices. Part B, that is the standard deviations. The standard deviation of the share price comes with the 2.36 mean, 20.98 coefficient, 11.29. So that is all about the share prices, and the prices of the commodity 1279.53, 2474. So the coefficient of variation of the commodity silver is more than the share price of the companies. It shows that the price of commodity silver are more volatile as compared to share prices of the company. Right? Basically, the silver prices having volatility changes, fluctuation is more as compared to the prices of the shares. Part C, that is the regression correlation. So silver price on the x-axis and the share price on the y-axis. So regression statistics that shows that the R square has a negligible values. That means there doesn't exist a significant impact of silver commodity prices on the share price of the Orasil Smith India Limited. So basically this study is conducted to see is there any dependency on the commodity price and the price of the shares in the companies, but it's the study, the analysis part shows that there doesn't exist any type of relations, and morely there is a more fluctuation in the commodity as compared to the share prices. So basically the findings on the basis of Z test that infer that there doesn't exist any significant impact, as already I tell. Second, the basis of AF statistics, the value of AF calculated more than AF tabulated at a 5% level of significance. It can infer that there exists a significant variations, right? Say variation between silver price and the share price. So variation in terms of fluctuations and in terms of the difference in the prices, right? The coefficient of the variation for the silver price is 51.71, and the coefficient of variation for the share prices stand at 11.29. Since the coefficient of variation is very high in case of silver but less in case of share price, the silver price are more volatile as compared to the prices of the shares of the company which are chosen for this research. basically the suggestion, the analysis part shows that there is nothing significant relations, and prices explain only about the 2.76% correlation with that. So almost the 97% influence having the other parts, right? Such as maybe variable may include the stock prices, earnings, dividend payment, gross domestic product, etc., and many more, right? So that need to be analyzed, and more study can be done to analyze the other factors or the impacts of other factors on the prices of that shares. Last conclusions. So the conclusions, it examines that there is a negligible relations between the commodity price and the share price, also its impact on each other. So it can be inferred that there is doesn't exist any impact on the price of the commodity, that is silver, and the price of the shares of the companies, right? The coefficient variation is very high in case of silver but less in case of silver price. So silver price are more volatile, right? And the regression coefficient of value r square is low for the silver, hence we can conclude that there doesn't exist any relations. Okay, so thank you. Questions, please. The primary data is the daily trading values of the shares and the prices of one gram. No, it is from the website, right? No, it is secondary based data. No questionnaire is here. So no, the day wise data is collected only to compare the both the situations, share prices of the company and the silver come, right? But the share test gives the impact more connection with the variable 1 and variable 2. I am not. Yes. Right. Yes, there is a impact on demand also. Right? So demand, right? Basically, the demand also tends to increase the prices of that. Right? So silver is always having the demand, so there is more volatility or the fluctuation in the price. Whereas the company which are selected may not having the demand, so the fluctuation is less.
Any questions from participant? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Shifting gears to industrial automation, Mr. A.J. Shirsagar and Dr. R.K. Parate will present RS Logic's 500 programming software for PLC based process controlling, demonstrating how automation enhances industrial efficiency.
Respected judges and research scholars, co-author of this paper, Dr. Rajesh K. Parate, and I am Mr. Abhijit Shirsagar, going to present a paper that is Approach of RS Logic's 500 Programming Software to Design PLC-based Process Controlling. Automation, it is a technique which controls the task or procedure without human assistance or with less human assistance. In case of industrial automation, Programmable logic controller is the basic tool used for monitoring and controlling process. In market, there are various types of PLCs are available. Aaron Bradley is one of the popular PLC in that. To program a particular PLC, a particular software is used. So in this paper, we are going to cover the various process operations which are based on RS Logic Spindex programming software. These are the contents of my presentation. To design any particular automation design process, you have to identify the process, the number of inputs and outputs required, also types of inputs and outputs is also one of the important parameter. Then complete layout plan with electrical connection. Then construct your ladder program on simulator, testing, run that program and corrections if needed. Then download that program into a PLC and then run the process. This is a general connection diagram with relay board. In this circuit diagram, the various switches or sensors are connected to the input of PLC and output of PLC is given to the devices through relay board. The voltage applied to the relay, it depends on the requirement of voltage for the particular device. There are various application industry which have high power applications where contactor is needed. So this is the again general connection diagram with relay board as well as contactor. This is the first operation where 3 devices will be on for particular duration of time one by one. So on start bit we can on the memory bit B3 in first rung. Memory bit B3 will on the timer where the 30 seconds time is given. Then limit instructions are used where the lower limit and higher limit is given for particular devices 1 to 10 seconds for first device, 11 to 20 for second device and 21 to 30 for third device. So it will be on every device one by one. This is the switches condition based controlling operations. There are some processes where the output device will be controlled on the basis of condition of inputs. So in first rung, if any one of the switch is on, then the output will be on. In second rung, if the 2 switches are on, thereby 1, 2, 2, 3 and 1, 3 combination is given, the second device will be on. And in third conditions, all the switches are connected in AND rung so that the output devices third will be on. Some of the operations where alternate on and off operations is needed. So by using start switch, again memory bit will be on, which will on the device 1 in second rung. Then 2 T-off timers are used. When the start button is pressed, that time the condition from true condition to false condition is executed and T-off timer starts its working. This 2 T-off timer will alternate that process in on and off process. If you are considering a huge plant where the number of devices are connected, then it is impossible to connect every device or to start any device at a time. So there is a sequential operation is needed. So in this program, the memory bit B3 will on the start bit, then device 1 will on by memory bit B3 and timer is included before every device so that after particular time period one by one all the devices will be on. This is the same operation, but here the third program and the fourth program is combined together by using T on timer and T off timer. Both processes are combined in one case. The first image is the Allen Bradley Macrologist 1400 PLC panel, which is designed by me. And second image is the RS Logic Spindex programming software. On basis of that, all programs were constructed. And third image is the RS Logic communication software. Outcome of my work: low cost of automatic controlling of various processes is possible. By changing ladder logic programming, we can perform various types of operation also. Then simple and small as well as large complex industry-based operations are also handled with this panel design. Conclusion: the system monitors the process automatically, continuously. By changing ladder logic program, we can perform any type of program, and which was done by using RS Logic 500 programming software. These are the references. Thank you.
Can you list some of the features for troubleshooting and optimizing the PLC program?
Sir, in case, suppose controlling, there are the microcontroller is also used for controlling purpose, and PLC is also used for controlling purpose. But in case of industry, there is a high power applications where microcontroller is not used. Then ladder program is a one type of graphical representation which is easy to understand and process controlling. So troubleshooting with microcontroller programs is difficult as compared to PLC programs.
Okay, and what about optimization?
Yes, sir.
What about optimization in PLC board?
Yes, sir.
If you want to optimize, is it possible to optimize the PLC board?
Yes, sir.
How?
Sir, there are two types of PLCs available in market. One is the fixed or compact PLC. Another is the modular one, in which if the number of inputs and outputs are increased, then we can attempt to add. There is a facility to add in modular PLC.
Okay, thank you. And how? Just for a student point of view, I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
How is it easy to work with this PLC board?
Sir, in case of microcontroller, there is a C language programming is there, assembly language programming is there. I have learned both the languages before in my MSc and BSc, and now I am working on ladder programming. So graphical presentation is always easier as compared to the study of functions and all types of requirement that we are using in a C language or A. And fault finding is easy because it shows in graphical manner.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have Miss Deepshika Mehta and her team who are going to present an analytical review of recent advancements in facial emotion recognition, exploring AI's ability to interpret human emotions and its real-world applications. The ID is 147.
A very good afternoon to respected chair members. I, Deepshika Mehta, am here before you to present my paper, an analytical review of recent advancements in facial emotion recognition under the guidance of respected MP Dhore sir and Shweta Bharate ma'am. Here I have studied emotion recognition system. Emotion recognition system is specifically used in computer vision tasks, and it has high performance when it is related to human-computer interaction, as well as many other applications. Like there are speech patterns, there are facial emotion recognition, there's gesture pattern. So overall emotion recognition is characterized in two categories. One is physiological and the other is non-physiological. My study is on the physiological state, and in future I'm planning to study on non-physiological section also. So here I have focused majorly on facial emotion recognition. In facial emotion recognition, we can use two types of data. One is image data and the other is sequence data, that is videos data. So I have studied the recent advancements that have been done in this field, and I've highlighted few papers which have given remarkable results with respect to the latest models of deep learning. The literature review has shown that the major data sets that have been used are Jaffe, CK, FER 2013, CK+, FER+, DFEW, and AFDW. The major models that have been used are CNN, RNN, then we can say VIT, as well as GCNN. These models have specialities, like CNN models are specifically used for special features. RNN models are used when there are temporal features, like we have to work with videos. Then VIT models are based on transformers, which are specifically based on self-attention mechanism. Then we can use hybrid models also. Hybrid models, are very few study has been done on that. Like models like self-attention part and CNN and RNN have combined. And the third thing is GCNN. GCNN works when we need to find out the specific landmark points, and we need to focus only on the key features and we need to scan them. The major data sets that I've already told you are categorized into image, sequence. Image, that is image control and uncontrolled, sequence control and sequence uncontrolled. Many data sets have been there where there are annotated data, like the data sets were created by different annotators. These data sets have posed images and spontaneous images also. They are categorized into lab control and lab uncontrolled, that is in the wild images. My major study is of performance evaluation, like I have evaluated the different data deep learning models as well as the performance of the data sets. Here you can see that the major performance that have been shown is related to CNN and CK+. Then the second performance was PAT-Lite, that is attentional model. Again, CK+ outperformed well. CNN and VIT was a hybrid model which outperformed again very well with 92.20 accuracy. But again, there's a drawback, like CK+ dataset has post data and it is lab controlled. So diversity is missing in that. Plus, major points that are missing is post images have the participants were told to post a specific emotion. So variety of emotion is again missing. So I am suggesting to create a data set which will include these drawbacks, and then we can implement a hybrid model with VITs and CNN as well as vision VITs and transfer learning techniques. Because from this study, again, you can see like there are specific transfer learning models like ResNet, VGG19, Inception V3 and MobileNet, which have again outperformed the other techniques that were available. So overall, I can say transfer learning is very efficient and it has state-of-the-art performance, as well as vision transformers have state-of-the-art performance. My suggestion overall to conclude will be you can include crosswind also, which is again a type of transformer model with these models to include to increase or enhance the performance of the systems. The second thing that I have suggested again that I mentioned earlier, like cross dataset study should be included so that the drawbacks and limitations of each datasets can be overcome. These are my references. Thank you.
Hello. So what are the key challenges and limitations when you are talking about the current emotional system?
There are many key challenges. Like if I say that currently I'm standing over here, the major problem is like illumination. If you want to find out my emotion, illumination is the first. The second can be occlusion. Occlusion is the next challenge that we have faced. The third can be if I go for post emotion, and if you say about facial emotion, I can fake a specific emotion. So we need to work on micro emotions and a comparative study model with speech and emotion. If it is created, then that will be a good thing.
So in that case, how you are going to detect? What kind of detection technique you are going to follow when you have so much limitations?
So there are limitations, but detection technique, we have deep learning. So deep learning itself can overcome these limitations by data augmentation, and we can implement GAN. We can increase the number of data by creating fake images, or you can say copied images of the same person, and we can train the model.
So in that case, what can be the accuracy level?
The accuracy level with GAN has outperformed all the models that I haven't included in my literature review because that paper I read later on. So I can say GAN will definitely help to overcome.
So have you compared with your conclusion with the earlier work?
Yes, I have compared it.
And what was the result?
The results have actually outperformed. You can see these major data sets have given 90 plus accuracy. Only the data set that were using pre-trained models, they gave less accuracy because those models were pre-trained with different computer vision tasks. And then again, we fine-tuned that model for specific this task.
And if it is there a multi-phase in that case?
Pardon, sir?
If there is a multi-phase, in that case, whether it is going to detect the individual? Multi-phase.
Multi-phase. Yeah, definitely. It has, the testing has been done on multi-phase also.
Okay. The last question. What are the ethical considerations when you are talking about facial recognition?
When we practically implement this, definitely ethical part should be taken into consideration, because if I try to implement that model over here, then I need to take consent of the participants, like we are finding out your emotional state, because that can be ultimately used to find out stress, and psychological analysis can be done with that input data. But the data sets are created as a standard, and consultation was taken from the participants. So we are currently working on the given data sets only.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have Miss Asfia here? Miss Asfia Shirin. She's not present. Next, we have Ms. Utkarsha Jivane, who will present a comparative analysis of swarm intelligence algorithms, exploring their applications in solving complex computational programs. Do we have Ms. Utkarsha here? No? Is Dr. Praveen present here? Dr. Praveen? Next, we dive into emerging technologies with Dr. Praveen H. Ghosekar discussing technological advances in IT and the metaverse.
Respected chairpersons of the today's session, I am Dr. Praveen Ghosekar presenting my paper, Study of Technological Advances in IT and Metaverse in the Current Era. We are living in the information age, and the information technology had transformed our life start from the early morning to the evening. So we are discussing about the metaverse and its impact. The fast-paced advancement in information technology had transformed to how people interact with one another, how we communicate using the various aspects of the communication. We do business, and many of the transaction or many of the communication we do, the technology had transformed that technology in many ways. The metaverse technology is the new and it is the emerging technology. It has the collaborative. It is a blend of virtual reality, augmented reality, and many other cutting edge technology which are under the development. The metaverse introduce new possibilities so that the many aspect of individual has transformed. There are many ethical issues also there, but still metaverse technology transforming the many aspects of human being. The idea of metaverse is coined with the development of virtual reality, the augmented reality, blockchain technologies. The metaverse represent a persistent interconnection of the virtual universe. It makes the blend of the physical and logical world, and the people can interact with the digital avatars. The real-time avatar, it is a combination of physical and the logical avatar. Originally, this concept is nothing but a science fiction. The metaverse is just making it tangible in the form. It grows the prominence with the technological sectors and span beyond the various aspects of the human being. Metaverse can be a collective things of technology, including virtual space, which integrates the digital world with the physical one. Generally, it combines the virtual reality, AR, blockchain technology we already discussed. The core technologies enabled in the metaverse is the virtual reality, augmented reality, blockchain, AI, and IoT. The role of metaverse in education. The metaverse has transformed the education in today's era. it provide the immersive learning experience to the students and teacher even. It simulate the many things. The teacher can effectively teach to the students the using various aspects of the real life technology, the chemical permutation, the environmental impact, many of the things we can teach to the student with this metaverse. We can use this technological advancement by showing a student through the virtuality, like a virtual study tour we can manage. We can show many things in our only classroom. The global access and inclusion, which include many of the students or many of the participants can engage from globally, sitting over in a single room, but resources can be shared. This is most implication. This is most important for the region like rural area, where there is a scarcity of resources and the eminent personalities can teach using this technological advancement. Collaboration and social learning, student can work with peers. The peers which are located in different region can collaboratively study and participate in a learning process. It helps in a lifelong learning and skill development. Metaverse can also be used in a business. The business world can be transformed. It is helpful for the promotion of business, the training purpose, marketing, branding of any product. It helps a lot in a business. The business can transform. Many of the businesses are using this AI technology and metaverse technologies. Role of metaverse in healthcare. The metaverse is very helpful in the healthcare also. It helps in various surgical operation. The doctors can effectively teach their student about the various surgical practices, medicine. They can try to predict the synonyms, symptoms of the patient, and use the simulation technologies so that the students can learn many things without taking the risk of the live patient. Social interaction and entertainment. The metaverse technology helps in the entertainment also. We can use this metaverse technology through for the games, for the any social gathering. We can mimic the many things, and we use the avatar, the digital avatar, we can say. The digital avatar helps to participate. Their collaborative help us in social gathering also. There are certain challenges and opportunities in metaverse technology. Most important issue in the metaverse technology is the privacy and security. Since the metaverse deal with a large quantities of personal information and social interaction, see, we are dealing with the avatars. That means a major privacy factor and social impacts also there. Then second challenge is the infrastructure and accessibility. As the metaverse technology need to have a high quality the infrastructure, that is main important scarcity, because there is a major sectors where there are lack of resources are there, some ethical and legal issues, because we are again using avatar. Interoperability is there, because there are diverse infrastructural facility in among the various sections. So where we are gathering socially and globally, there is a problem of interoperability there. Then some opportunity, it is a new business model, enhanced creativity and innovation, global connectivity is there, improved productivity. And conclusion is here, in the recent era, the metaverse is emerging as one of the most favorable and again a technological development. It has a vast potential and which can reshape the industries, including businesses, including manufacturing sector, the educational sector, and many more sectors. Though there are certain advantages, but still there are challenges too, which can be overcome. These are the references. Thank you.
May I know what are the potential implications of metaverses?
See, the metaverse is many facilities. It has many features. We can use this metaverse for the education purpose and majorly in the healthcare sector.
So implications.
There are certain implications in the healthcare sector also, because we are using a simulation, and that is what the more productive nature means, more potential aspect of metaverse. That is what we need to have a high potential peoples where they can make these type of simulations also.
Okay. And how XR and blockchain and AI is useful to create the immersive experience?
Yeah, sir. Blockchains, it integrates with the businesses, and this metaverse helpful in those integrating. It helps the physical and the real world, and it collaborate all those things in all these things in the metaverse. So it is very helpful in all fields.
Can it is possible to change a metaverse, replace the real world?
Not so. It is one and one, means we can collaboratively use both the things.
Yeah. There is no chance.
Yeah, we can develop this chance, but still it can't replace.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone presenter are here?
Is anyone left?
Please come and present here.
ID number 184. Yes. Now let's explore AI assistants as Miss Shruti S. Dekate and her team introduce desktop voice assistants using Zynox. What is your ID number? ID number. Just give me a minute. ID number is 184. 184.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kalyani Kolarkar.
And myself, Shruti Dekate.
We are the students of Shivaji Science College, and we are here. We welcome you to all this for the session. Our topic: desktop voice assistant using Zynox, under the guidance of Dr. Manjari sir. A desktop voice assistant using Zynox is an AI-powered software designed to enhance user interaction with a computer through voice commands. As we know, we are in the 21st century. In today's generation, we use a lot of AI applications on voice commands, just like Siri, Google Assistant, Alexa, and many more. But there is no voice command assistant for desktop, which is able to automate desktop activities. This is the literature survey.
Methodology. This is a model I use in making a desktop assistant. First, user give command through voice input through microphone. Then voice goes to speech recognition model. Speech recognition model convert the text speech format into text. Then text goes to Python backend. Then Python backend decide what to do and which algorithm will be used for that command.
If a command is on the API, that time API will be called. If a user give command what is the configuration of system, that time system call system will be called. And if user give some command download any file, that time the extracting data will be work. Then all information gathered through that process, then it will be a redirect to Python backend. Then that text format converted into speech, and a speech then output will be converted into speech format. In this model, I use a basically combination of 3 to 4 algorithms. First, I use a SVM model, then I use a KNN model, and random forest model. And algorithm will be totally depend on command. This is the result. Currently, partial work is done, and currently 69% accuracy will be coming. And this is a GUI interface, and I give a command to that model, open YouTube. This will be automatically redirect to YouTube.
We come here to the conclusion. The development of Zynox, a Python-based virtual assistant that showcases the power of speech recognition. Zynox can predict user actions, automate tasks, and provide a more intelligent and proactive user experience. Unlike traditional voice assistants, we operate both online and offline, making it more versatile and accessible. Future scopes. Zynox has the potential to redefine desktop automation, making interactions with computers smarter and more initiative and highly efficient. These are the references. Thank you.
May I know what are the challenges to integrate the voice recognition with NLP? That is natural language processing.
Sir, can you repeat question?
What are the challenges in integrating the voice recognition assistant with the natural language processing?
Sir, if a user will be working on a noisy place, that time it will not give an accurate response.
So there are many algorithms for filtering the noises.
So I am currently working on that.
Okay. So what are the different, whether it is going to support the multiple applications, services such as at smart home?
Yes, sir. Currently, I am not implement on that. I am currently are you asking that question? I am currently working on that features. Currently, I am adding one features connect with smartphone.
So what are the key design considerations in your work?
Sir, sorry.
What are your key design considerations? Okay.
Do we have Mrs. Rupa Peter? No? Do we have Miss Vina? Now we have Ms. Vashali presenting a paper on load balancing for cloud service provider using deep reinforcement learning using cloud analyst simulator. Yes. Sir, her ID is 118. New. She is shifted from room number 709. Yes, her ID number is 118.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. Myself, Vashali Besre, and I'm pursuing my PhD from Department of Electronics and Computer Science, RTM in Nagpur, under the guidance of Dr. Kishore M. Dole. And I'm here to present the paper presentation on load balancing for cloud service provider using deep reinforcement learning using the cloud analyst simulator. These are the contents. As we all know, cloud computing is an internet-based activity which provides the different cloud service provider, the different networking, the storage, applications, database, hardware, softwares. All these services will be provided with the help of the cloud computing. The cloud service provider is a third party company which provides these different services under the cloud computing. So as we can see in this diagram, the multiple users are using these cloud services with the help of the cloud service provider. This multiple client makes request and they want to do the different tasks at the same time. If this client request will go to the one server, so the server will be loaded so that the load balancing comes. The load balancer will balance the loads and route these multiple client requests to the different servers. So these are the different literature survey I had done in this paper presentation. As we can see, load balancing algorithms will be classified into two, static and dynamic. The static load balancing algorithms will perform in the stable environment, and these does not require the continuous monitoring of the resources during the runtime, whereas the dynamic algorithm requires the continuous monitoring of the resources and how the multiple clients can access these resources in the runtime. These are the different static environment load balancing algorithms which are used: min algorithms, the max-min algorithm, the round robin algorithm, which is the most popular algorithm, which is also implemented in the cloud simulator. Then weighted round robin, opportunistic load balancing, then the list connection. These all these static algorithms will works, which is based on the load balancing, which works in the stable environment. These are the different load balancing algorithms which are used in the dynamic environment, in which the active monitoring will be done, such as honeybee foraging, particle swarm, or optimization algorithm, heuristic algorithms, which is based on the K-map, then ant colony organization, K subset algorithm, the genetic algorithm, the hill climbing algorithms. These are the different dynamic load balancing algorithms which are implemented. So to study the different load balancing algorithms, I had used the already software which is available, that is the Cloud Analyst Simulator, which mainly focus on the three main algorithms, that is the round robin algorithm, equally spread execution algorithm, and the throttled algorithm. The round robin algorithm will works in a circular manner. When the different client request comes, the client request will be routed to the new virtual machines. Then equally spread current execution algorithm. In this algorithm, we will maintain an index table, and in that index table, we will specify which client request will goes to which virtual machine. So that with the help of that table, we will maintain each and every information, which client request will goes to which virtual machine, how the resources are allocated to different virtual machines. Then in the throttle algorithm, we will use the throttle based load balancer tool algorithm, which is used, and it continuously monitor each virtual machine and how the multiple requests are allocated to each virtual machine. This is the GUI of the cloud based simulator. In this cloud based simulator, we can uh, define the different configuration simulation, internet based configuration, and after setting all these parameters, we can run the simulation. So these are the different parameters I had used for the experimentation purpose. The Cloud Analyst Simulator provides the different characteristics, virtual machine policy, software configuration, bandwidth configuration, the service broker policies, and the main algorithms which are defined, which are already implemented in the Cloud Analyst Simulator. So after observing the experimental results with the help of these three algorithms, that is round robin, equally spread current execution algorithm, and the throttle algorithm, the experimental result shows that the response time, the overall response times, and the overall data processing time on the data centers will be equal, whereas in the throttle based algorithm, the overall response time will be less in comparison with the other two algorithms. So this is the conclusion. This paper shows the implementation of different load balancing algorithms with the help of the Cloud Analyst Simulator. And this paper also gives the implementation of these algorithms, and it shows the comparison between these three algorithms and how these algorithms will be implemented with the help of the Cloud Analyst Simulator. And the future implementation is to implement another algorithms which are static or the dynamic, which are deep reinforcement learning based. These are the references.
Yes. How can the deep reinforcement algorithm such as Q learning algorithm? Do you know about the Q learning algorithm?
Yes, sir.
If it is, so
Somewhat.
how it helps to optimize the load balancing?
When the multiple requests are comes, so they will be defined in the queue, and after that, when the server is available, so these queue will be transferred from the multiple client requests will be routed to the different virtual machines.
So what are the things that are taking place in other algorithm compared to the Q algorithm?
Yeah, we are maintaining the separate or extra table, index table.
I don't know. In your case, since you are working on certain algorithm, so what kind of mechanism that you are following?
No, I had studied these three algorithms which are already inbuilt in the Cloud Analyst Simulator, and my future work is to implement the different algorithms in that Cloud Analyst Simulator to integrate.
So what are the key consideration that you have made regarding the performance metric?
Performance metrics to raise the response time, to optimize and increase the.
Have you taken all these things into your consideration while
Yes,
designing
because
your?
my future experimentation is going under.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Ms. Afra Iqbal presenting a paper on enhanced landslide risk assessment using a machine learning enabled prediction system with web-based dashboard. ID? Her ID number is 221.
Good afternoon. My name is Afra Iqbal, and I stand here before you to present our research on landslide prediction using machine learning and our proposal for IoT integrated real-time predictive analysis of landslide-prone zones. So, as we all have seen in the news and reports, landslides are one of the most devastating natural disasters and that have wreaked havoc not just on human lives, but also on infrastructure and the economy. So, traditionally, the methods that have been applied in this domain are primarily concerned towards landslide detection over prediction. And most of these strategies are reactive instead of predictive. So, despite all the studies that have been conducted, as I mentioned, most of them are centered around landslide detection and not prediction. And so that's where we developed a system that would predict a landslide in real time. So our objectives for this included to firstly develop an AI-enabled landslide prediction system that would also integrate real-time sensor data by utilizing IoT sensors. We've particularly made use of rainfall, soil moisture, and vibration sensors. We aim to implement a pre-trained machine learning model on Arduino and process our data, and then visualize that real-time data on a dashboard on ThinkSpeak. And lastly, we aim to enhance disaster response by implementing a geo-fenced site, which I will get to in a minute, where a buzzer-equipped vehicle will activate once it enters the high-risk condition or the zone. So why is our problem statement significant? As we've all seen, the devastating impact of landslides firstly leads to loss of life. There's economic loss, billions of dollars or rupees, if I may say so, are lost as a result. And considering the rapid rate at which climate change we are getting to witness, it only makes sense to predict that climatic conditions would worsen with time. And so the frequency of landslides would increase in the coming future. And hence, there is a need for innovation in order to predict these landslides and mitigate all the disasters that they could bring forth. Now, a few key statistics around this. Firstly, between 1998 and 2022 alone, about 80,000 landslides were recorded, and the most prone states were Mizoram, Uttarakhand, and Kerala. Mizoram alone reported over 12,000 landslides, and of which nearly 9,000 only in 2017. And we've all heard of the very recent Wayanad landslides in 2024. Secondly, 13.17% of India's geographical areas are susceptible to landslides, and out of that, Sikkim is the most vulnerable with a 57.6% susceptibility to landslides. And again, as I mentioned, climate change is accelerating the rate of precipitation in India, and by 2050, Mangalore itself is projected to have a 36% increase in precipitation. So this stresses the need for systems that would be able to predict landslides way in advance. These are just some statistics. Firstly, these are the studies that have been done and the frequency of landslides across different states. And this is just precipitation and the number of landslides in relation to that. We conducted a comprehensive literature research, of which I've mentioned 4, which is a wireless sensor network was developed by Cholia et al. But again, it lacked AI-driven predictive modeling. Prakasam et al. Again designed a low-cost soil and rainfall sensor, but it is relying on fixed thresholds, whereas climatic conditions are typically unpredictable. Vignesh et al. have used ThinkSpeak to visualize the data that they collected, but they lacked one thing in particular, which is geofencing, which we bring to the table. And lastly, Wen et al. Proposed a hybrid AI model, which combines all of machine learning training and algorithm. So gaps here included, firstly, the lack of real-time implementation and predictive analysis. All the research that we have done has shown that data that was collected was primarily historical data and not so real-time data. And even if it was real-time data, it was not, the approach was not predictive. It was mostly reactive. It could detect a landslide, but it could not essentially predict a landslide. And so hence, what we aim to contribute is integrating IoT sensors, firstly for live monitoring, and deploying an AI model on Arduino and ESP32, so we could link it with ThinkSpeak and visualize the trends, and implementing a geofence. Now, a geofence is essentially an area which we have created using the Shapely library in Python, and that is a designated area in which, if a vehicle or a person enters that particular region, some sort of alert or notification is given off. So we could implement this principle. Has been used primarily in disaster management, not as such in landslide prediction, but mostly in road safety and traffic management. So we decided to implement this feature, its efficacy, its pros in landslide prediction. So we implemented this in two phases. The first phase was implementing a web-based prediction system where we created a web interface where users could input different values for 6 parameters, namely rainfall, slope, angle, proximity to land, moisture, etc. And we also used a particular data set. Now, the machine learning model that we trained was based on a particular data set. And based on our readings, based on the prediction that it would make, we've inputted values, which would then compare and predict a landslide. And the tech stack we used was Python and an assortment of libraries. So this is, I'm not sure if it's visible entirely. So a pre-trained data set from the top, then the data pre-processing, the machine learning model, which was scaled so that we could have standardized values, because the data set itself was very large and we wanted to ensure that everything was well within the values that could be computed. And then user input via Streamlit. We built our user interface using Streamlit, which would then allow us for input and processing, and it would allow us to visualize the output in the form of graphs, which would also predict a confidence whether the landslide was predicted or not. And this is the second phase of our research, which is currently under implementation, which is sensor-based monitoring. We have integrated IoT sensors with Arduino and ESP32 for wireless transmission. Currently, we are working on the geofence aspect of it and defining a particular area and equipping an autonomous vehicle with a simple buzzer. That is, when it enters the geofence, in an event of a landslide being predicted based on the values that our sensors have picked up and our AI model has predicted, the buzzer would go off if the geofence is landslide prone. And this is again a flow chart of the flow of how it would go. That is environment sensors, real-time data collection, Arduino processing, whether it is at risk or not. And then we also have visualization simultaneously on the side where it would compare and make graphs for us. And if there's a landslide,